And we are live. Welcome, everybody. How are you doing tonight? Late again, but less late than yesterday, so that's a good step. How's everyone doing? Hey, Liz, C-Pop, Mooly Bill, Alien Nerd Pigeons, Welsh, Maria. Hi, y'all. Hey, Pony. Might draw soon? Good. It is in the contract, by the way, if you sign up to this stream. If you draw during this stream, you gotta show me. You gotta put it on the Discord. You go on the Discord and you post it on the art channel. I want to know. Hey Deck, good to see you. Hi Knife. Hope you're doing okay. So let's explain what I'm gonna do today. Today I'm gonna be working on a commission, but kind of a special, different commission. Because if you recall, last month I participated in an auction, a charity auction for that the Gravity Falls fandom organized. And the thing I offered in this auction was a commission. Because it would have been very logistically very hard for me to sign a book and send it, because they would have to send it to me from the US, like send me the English version. I would have to sign it, send it back. It wasn't really worth it. So I said, I can do a commission. So that's what I did. And the winner for this commission, by the way, say hi if you're in chat, if you could make it, ordered something that I think is like very in my style. So it's gonna be a fun little challenge. They have this character that's a robot, and they wanted an X-ray of this robot where it shows human guts inside. So if you know X-rays, if you've ever seen an X-ray with like a metal thing inside, you'll know that metal is like very, very bright in X-rays, right? Because it doesn't let the X-ray pass. I guess like it's bright on the X-ray, but what that means is that it's opaque to the light itself because it's very dense, right? So in order to do this, we're gonna have to trig the X-ray a little bit, but essentially the opposite of what you'll usually see in a human X-ray, where it's mostly dark and like the bones or like things that are wrong might be bright. It's going to be the other way around. We're going to have something that's mostly just white, and we're going to have the human parts be darker because they're less dense, so they let more X-rays through. Lonsels, thank you for the follow. What if the art you're working on is a surprise? Ooh, for me? Then I guess I will let you wait. Oh, you remind me. I should do something fun for my birthday stream, which is gonna be the night of the 19th, technically like the day of the start of my birthday. Because on the 20th itself, I'm not gonna be able to stream. I don't think I will. So I'll have to figure out something interesting to do. Something a little bit of a special stream for my birthday. Still haven't figured it out though. If you got any suggestions, I will gladly hear them. Hey Maxwell. Hey C4. Anti-radio man, love that. Hey, damn, you're early. Welcome. Oh, thanks, Lonsels. Glad you had a good catch one. I'm trying to stream a little earlier, and I made that promise just the week when my sleep disorder hits me. So I haven't been able to keep it very well this week, but I am I'm putting this on paper. I'm gonna try to stream it earlier time slot so more people can catch it. At least for a few weeks, just see how it feels. No, self-art piece. Those are called self-portraits. But yeah, self-portrait could be fun for my birthday. Mosca Man, thank you for the follow. Oh, Ash is here. Ash is the commissioner. Glad you could make it. But yeah, we're just telling people. Thanks for the follow. We're just telling people kind of the idea. Love the South Americans representing in chat here, instantly catching that I'm drinking from a mate thing. Yeah, it's too hot for mate, so I got my cold ice water here with lemon in it. We got cryptid emotes. We got every emote in this channel is made by different artists, so there's a big variety. Lots of styles too. Paraguay, hell yeah. Yeah, today is like from Paraguay, right? If I recall correctly. I'm just getting started in the world of mate. It's not common in Spain. You only see it in places where there's like a lot of South American immigrants. Which here in the Canary Islands, I first found the leaves. I was like, that sounds interesting. I'm gonna try brewing it at home, and it's really hard to do without the material.
Behold the
Oh my god. It's very early to start torturing the text to speech lady. Are you making? Maybe she's clearing her voice. Is it hot in general, just in your house? In general, here it's always about like 20 to 25 degrees all through the year. It's starting to get into the winter, so it's a little bit. It's not as hot. But it does get hot during the streams because I'm locked in the room speaking with my computer on. So I guess today the door is open because there's no one home. So it will not be that warm. Both mate and Terere are from here, but Argentinians like mate so much it kind of became their thing. They stole it from you? That's fucked. Her name is Penelope. Yes, Penelope is the text-to-speech voice lady. Valdivian Redeem. Hold on. Coming right up. Let's see, where's the Valdivian role? Got so many roles in this server. There it is. You got it. Val loves to torture us by telling us how he lives in a beautiful paradise with a million kinds of bananas. That's a nice way of putting it. How long can the custom role names be? I have no clue. You'd have to look up how long can roles be on Discord. There's probably a length limit to them. I'll just say like anything reasonable and funny will be accepted as long as it's within Discord's limits. What does a Valdivian role do? It's for bragging rights. You get it on the if you're on a Discord server. By the way, for those who aren't on the Discord server, there's a link. If you're on the Discord server, it'll just give you like a cool color and a little symbol next to your name with googly owl. Well, yeah. there's an update for the South Americans. I got a decent bombilla and this mate, but it's not one of the typical ones that are made out of calabaza. But I figured it would be easier to just like have and clean this this kind of thing. But I actually got it not in the Canary Islands. Believe it or not, you can get the leaves, like the actual mate in the Canary Islands pretty easy, but it's impossible to find the bombilla, the actual material, like, to like paraphernalia to drink it. I found that in Oviedo, in the north of Spain, of all places. I went to a tea shop because there was no tea left in home. I was like, oh, there's like a little specialty tea shop. And just at the end of the store, they have this dusty thing. It's probably been there for years and nobody has touched it. And I'm like, are you selling that? And she's like, yeah, sure. You can have it for like 20 bucks. It was really funny. I'll still take if you got any good one, but yes, I'll still take them though. Everybody better join the Discord now. Yeah, it's a very cool place. If you like, it's not one of those like streamer Discords that's like about the streamer. It's just a cool community of horror art enjoyers.
My friend Jose drinks mate as the cup. Want me to ask if he knows where to get any fancy ones?
I mean, if you can get and send one for like a decent price, that's always cool. But if it's gonna be something like standard, I already got the standard one. Oh yes, do ask Sora. Sora's the expert here. But yeah, I found this. That was nice. Anyway, shall we get on with the X-ray image? Oh, also, hi Bean. You came right in time. I was just thinking about you. You were. Oh, there he is. Check him out. Gonna say hi to chat, Bean? One for all the new folks. Look at this. Here's Bean. I'm gonna say hi right there, to the camera. Kiss for the camera. Looks like your childhood cat, Bob. Oh, Bob is a great name. Are you good, Bean? Are you good? Where were you? Are you having some food? I heard you eat food. Your face smells like food. So yeah, you were having some food. He was having a little dinner. Oh, there he goes. Reactor Pool, you changed your name. Hello. Canned mate, it was bitter. Yeah, if mate can get bitter if you like over brew it. It's sort of a finicky brew. But the cool thing is you can brew it even in cold water. You don't need hot water like tea. Typically, like the typical mate is in hot water. But this one, I'm just putting ice cold water. I got Bean, come over here. In here I got water, like water from the fridge, ice. I squeezed in a lemon. I put in some sugar. Enrique. To get Enrique, the Enrique voice, you gotta do 5 or more bits. Don't worry, Enrique's still around. But yeah, I put water, yerba buena. I don't know how do you call this in English. Hold up. Is it mint? No, mint is menta. Spearmint? Yeah, it's kind of minty flavor, but it's not mint. I think spearmint is the correct term in English. So check this out. Check this out. There he is. Oh, he's working so hard right now. Yeah, water, lemon, spearmint, some sugar, and yeah, ginger. And then you just like drop that into the leaves directly. Haji, good to see you. It's been a while. Look at Bean, he's so concentrated. He's very busy right now. He has a lot of work to do. Rumi spread his flu. Oh no, I hope you recover soon, Actor. Reactor Pool is a great username. I do like it. You prefer Reactor or Pool as a shortened version? Biscuit Factory got a big order. He's working overtime. Okay. Let's open up our documents and see what we can do. So we just got a blank document for now. This is the reference. Oh, here it is that Ash sent me. For the character, we're gonna be mostly basing it off of this, because anything soft that would be like over the robot body wouldn't show up on the X-ray. So I was thinking of doing essentially like this sort of crop, because the two main things Ash wanted me to add is a human brain and a human heart in there. Don't you lick your ass on camera? Okay, he's licking his feet. Okay, no, he's just cleaning up. False alarm.
Uh-oh.
That is Enrique. But for those who missed it the other day, I figured out how to add like other voices on the onto the text to speech. So now like at over 5 bits, it's gonna be Enrique's voice. Also, I gotta fix the text because it looks different. I don't know. Spearmint is Irawana, thank you. Oh, do you write it with a Y? Out there. In Spain is usually HI, like hierba. Big yawn from Bean. He works so hard. Oh, he's so sleepy right now. After a hard day of work. Anyway, yeah, I was thinking of doing like this sort of crop for an X-ray. Typically in medicine, you'll get, obviously there's many kinds of X-rays, but you'll get a chest X-ray, which usually covers this. Chest and abdomen. You can also focus in on the abdomen if that's like it depends on where you're looking, right? Or you can get like a cranial X-ray, which is typically from the side. You don't see that many like front-facing cranial X-rays, but yeah, I think just for the purposes of this piece, we'll do a less typical like sort of half body sort of crop. In any case, it doesn't matter because we're not going to use human X-rays as a base, because we're not doing a human. We're only going to do the human organs. It's very hard being cute, don't you know? I know. I unfortunately do know. Just a day in the life. Honest word. Okay, so what we're gonna need to do is I'm gonna crop this for our reference so we can just have it in the corner. What we're gonna need is either real X-rays of metallic things, which I don't think we're gonna find too many. I did already kind of do a quick look to see how feasible this would be. Didn't find anything too usable. So I think for the metallic parts of the X-ray, since they are going to be like this pure bright white, we don't really need them to be X-rays. We just sort of need the shape of things to construct it, and that should be enough. If we do need something that feels more like an X-ray, maybe I can find some like translucent materials that I can sort of just with some filters make them look like X-rays, because at the end of the day, translucent things is the same as like an X-ray, but for like the visual range of lights. How do I explain this correctly? Right, a translucent object means that light passes through it, and it's not perfectly transparent, so some light gets absorbed or scattered. Some light does reach you, right? So that object is translucent to visual light. For an X-ray, X-rays are just lights with a lot more energy. It has so much energy that most things are just translucent to X-rays. That's why we can see through things, because things are translucent to X-rays. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Oh, good luck with your getting back to streaming, C-Pop. Okay, so I forgot to pull up my tablet.
But I did not understand. Please explain one more time.
Again? I can't keep doing this. Okay, so we're going to use the black background that comes with Photoshop because it's an X-ray, so...
The AI was just joking.
I love how the two different text-to-speech voices are just like janky in their own unique way, and we gotta love them for that. Radiographer account pop up on Insta. They showed an X-ray of someone with a chainsaw in their neck that survived. Damn. Yeah, I do not trust doctor accounts on Instagram because I assume like a good chunk of them are legit, but also a good chunk of them reposted my arts claiming it was a real thing. So I don't trust their medical expertise very much. They're just like either they're not real doctors or they've become so poisoned by the algorithm that they'll just post anything for clicks, and either way, that's not a good sign. Oh man. Okay, let's sort of get a quick sketch of what we want, because we're gonna... The sketch is not going to be great, but kind of just trying to figure out like the pieces we'll need. And so we're gonna get the neck is like a bunch of little tubes. So we're gonna get like a lot of individual cables going through. We'll figure out how that connects to the brain. And since it's a humanoid robot, but not like a human, we can We're fine with the proportions being their own thing, not having to exactly serve human proportions. Doctor accounts on Insta not reliable, except you because you say everything on your account is 100% real. No, I say everything on the internet is real. Which means all those accounts are real too, I guess. If you can find your scoliosis x-rays, you'll chuck them in the donation pile. Yes. Yeah, for those who are new to the Discord, if you got pictures, especially like harder to find things like x-rays and stuff, if you got those sort of pictures, post them on the channel called Sacrificial Altar on the Discord. That's where anyone can post pictures their own, so like pictures they have taken or like somebody they know has taken that gives permission for artists to use it. And yeah, you can just post them on there and they can serve as reference or photo manipulation material for other artists. So it's a good thing to do with your images. So I would recommend doing it, especially if you got like cool textures or things that other people wouldn't take photos of. You're like, this is gonna be a rare find. So if you got those sorts of pictures, post them. I do have a lot of the X-rays I got in my X-ray collection, which we'll be pulling from today. A lot of them have just been sent by people on the server. Like, here's a broken leg. And also a good example of like metal and X-rays. I guess the screws are metal. It's just like slightly lower contrast. But so some of them, like these ones, for example, that's some Adobe stock. But oh, look at these I found the other day. I was looking for, actually, I was looking for X-rays of metal things specifically to get this edit, or to see like how feasible it would be. I found these old photos of really old like contrast X-rays, which is really, really interesting. So the way you get this, you put something in the, you inject something in the blood, and I think in this case it was something like mercury, which is, don't do that, don't do that. Nowadays we have better things to put in for contrast. The mercury, that mercury put in there, that's not gonna leave. but yeah. Yep. I think it was mercury, something with mercury in it, which is like, oh no. That is not going to be good for this patient. But yeah, cool picture.
Sacrificial altar message. Here's a broken leg. Not mine, I broke it myself.
Today's robot gods are possible because of viewers like you. Exactly. Yeah, iodine is the most common one. You're allergic to medical iodine. Oh, interesting. Oh, the one they use is purple on it. I wonder what's in it. So yeah, there's another one, another old one I found, where they're putting contrast in the lungs. But it's really cool because you can see the entire like bronchial tree. Is that how I say it in English? But yeah, I got a few examples that could be useful. Also got a few animal ones. Look at this. This one's really cool. But yeah, these are just good for X-ray textures. This is a pelican eel that ate some other fish. So you can see its enormous mouth just folded up there. And the poor little fish it ate is just wriggling around the stomach. There's a frog. And these are flowers, which I found really interesting. There's little trees in your lungs. Yeah, the flower ones were really cool. I found them the other day just looking for x-rays of things. I was like, I don't know if I'll use this today particularly, but it's very interesting to look at. So I got a bunch of dental x-rays. And of course, the x-ray I scanned the other day, that's enormous. So if you look behind me right now, hold on, gonna do a thing. See the lights? There we go. If you look behind me right now, you'll see an x-ray up here. Well, that x-ray I got, that's a physical, actual film of an x-ray. It's specifically a dental one, so it's like a skull seen from the side. And there we go. I scanned it the other day, which was really hard to scan because I needed I have an old like negative scanner that is good for photo negatives, but this is huge compared to a photo negative. So I had to scan it in like little strips and then just put them together in Photoshop and then combine different like types of scans to get all the contrast out. So yeah, that was difficult, but this is the results. Isn't it really cool? This is like 10,000 pixels big, and it's actually the original picture is bigger. You can even see the scratches on the actual film from years of being passed around. And these, if you're wondering, these are earrings, sort of like middle of the ear type of like little ring earrings. Have we talked before about the glass flower? No, I'm not aware of that, Macdel. Trees also give off ambient heat, so if you wear heat-sensing goggles in a forest, the trees look bright. Interesting. Got mugged by a tree once. Okay, so yeah, I definitely want to use this someday. Next time I need to do an x-ray. Because look at this one, you can see the cartilage in the nose perfectly. That is rare, by the way. If you ever had like this sort of x-ray taken, the reason I could get so much detail out of it is because it's not a digital x-ray, but like the actual physical film, and by scanning it a couple different ways, I could get like all the contrast out of it. So you can actually get all the contrast in the bones, get all the contrast in the soft tissues, and like have that in the same image. Because if you scan it, you'll, depending on like the exposure you scan it at. Scanning is like taking a picture, right? If you take it with high exposure, you will get, the bones will be completely like bright, like all of this in the initial scan, this entire area was just pure white. And if you scan it with a lower exposure, you will get the bones, but you won't get any of the soft tissues. That's, if you look for x-rays, that's usually what you will see. You get the scan is exposed for, the x-ray is exposed for a certain thing. But since this was a really well exposed x-ray, I could get everything out of it. It's a crisp little guy. Yeah, I was lucky to find this. I also got this negative, which now this is a positive of it, but it's an actual, where did I put it? It's somewhere around. I forget where I left it. But it's not far. Anyway. I do have the negative of this somewhere, and it's a bit of a smaller negative. It's like about this size. And it's another dental thing, and it's like I saw it, I was like, that's perfect for one of my edits. Blashka glass models. Oh wow. That's glass? Insane. That's so cool. Like the 1800s. Oh wow. That is so interesting. Actually, it might be interesting for the pose if we do something like... this, sort of like the anatomical posture. If you've ever seen like an anatomical drawing, usually with their hands like a little bit outstretched to the sides and the palms are always facing forward. And for some reason, doctors agreed that it was a pose for net anatomical drawings, so that's the one you'll always see. And another thing with X-rays, things are translucent, so they will overlap. At the end of the day, this is probably going to be all whites, because it is metal, but... Okay, so moving it a bit so it's not perfectly symmetrical. Then we got... okay, so like this. And then the hips, but I think I might cut it off before the hips. So like, let's cut it up here, which gives us more... a little bit more space to put in the guts and make them clearer. Guess who just arrived in the mail? Who not what? Oh wait, is that the shrunken head you're naming after me? Hal Jr. Yeah, send me a picture. I want to see what my son looks like. Examples of the invertebrates. I will look at them. Oh, that's so cool. Those are incredibly detailed. Sorry for the ice noises. Oh, Bean is shrimping. Shrimping ain't easy. Okay, so that's gonna be our outline. Then we'll have to figure out like what the specific pieces inside look like. Most importantly, it's gonna be a human brain in here. So that's gonna be like one of the dark bits. And let's also give it the brain stem. Yeah, usually brains aren't like the most visible thing in an X-ray. As you can see from this, you know, they're surrounded by bone and they're all like sort of the same density inside. So you can sort of see like there's something blobby in there, but you can't see a lot of detail. That said, there's going to be like a lot more contrast because we got like, it's not surrounded by bone, it's surrounded by something much brighter. So it's going to look like a dark thing. And this gives us, you know, if we correctly make it look like a brain, even though the inside of it, we're not going to see that much detail, more than like small ridges and stuff, but it's hopefully going to give us enough. Luminarty, thank you for the follow. Yeah, the type who wants to squeeze the shit out of things that you find cute. Same. And the good thing about Bean is he lets you just squeeze him. You can just do it. You can just grab it and squeeze. Oh. Like that. I mean. You'll even get a kiss for it. Also, I didn't show you my t-shirt. This is another one of the new ones I got in the US. This I got at Lightbox, one of the artists that had a lot of Over the Garden Wall stuff. And these were available as prints, but there was a t-shirt with like all of them. I was like, yep, I'm getting the t-shirt. It's like getting 4 prints and you can also wear them. Isn't it cool? Little frog playing the piano. Got every character. You got the beast. You got the little Pottsfield party. It's great. Also, it's not the only. I showed this the other day, but I'll show it again. It's too warm to wear it still, but I will wear this a lot in the winter. It's a sweater with Jason Thunderburger the frog with a little hat and the lamp. And sleeve has a print as well. It's all embroidered. It's really good quality. The sleeve says, "Ain't that just the way?" I love the like autumn colors it has. So it was a pricier one, but I had to get it. It was the one chance ever for me to get something. So the t-shirt I got a Lightbox from an artist, and the sweater I got it at an event that was happening in an LA cafe, which was Over the Garden Wall themed, and I was lucky because it started like the one day before I left. It was like, we need to go here. And it wasn't anything official, right? It was just a cafe that did an event, and it had a bunch of like themed drinks themed after the series, and then it just has like a merch area that I guess like rotates things, and they just had a bunch of stuff from local artists. That was all Over the Garden Wall themed, so it was cool to see. The pins on the chair. Thank you. I've been collecting them. A lot of these are from this US trip as well. God, hold on. Is this real? It's from Omega Mart. Also, this official Disney merch. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this. I think it's not out yet. But yeah. Personally, I was giving this by Alex Hirsch, who just had like a pile of them on his house. I was like, I don't know what to do with these. Do you want one? I'm like, sure. I'll take one for. So I'm sorry, Disney, if I've broken accidentally any of your. I didn't sign any contract, so I can't break any contract. The Jenny Hanover? Yeah, sure, I have it over here. It's like pressing down because it keeps bending. It's Jenny Hanover. I got this from a gacha machine. The thing is, it was inside a ball, right? So it was like all bent this side. And I've been trying to like straighten it by putting some weight over it, but you know, it doesn't last very long. So it might just have like, the plastic might just have really good memory.
Can you hear the skeaks in the distance?
The skeaks? I like the new TTS voice. We could try adding some more TTS voices for like different levels of bits, just so they can have a conversation.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Oh, now he said squeak. Why did he pronounce it skag? And then when you put it on its own, he said squeak. Enrique, what the fuck? Do you perchance have a Terry mousepad nearby? I do. Since I'm showing little things, check this out. Hold on.
Skeak, squeak, skeaking.
This is one of my most cursed piece of merch. It is the Terry mousepad. The big old ass. It's also blushing. You know what? I still got a few of these. I could give one away on my birthday. Yeah, be there on my birthday stream. It's gonna be the night of the 19th. It's my birthday's the 20th. And I'll give one of these away. Free to someone random on chat. How about that? So this is the only way to get these, by the way. These are not for sale. I only ever made 10 of them. As a joke. Gotta slap it. If you're lucky, you might even get the pre-slapped one. Nectal has one, yeah. Do you use it? Is it comfy? Or do you keep it as a strange sort of artifact? He slapped. Exactly. Every single day. Do you use it at work? Honestly, that's a power move. I love it. The Terry mousepad at work. When work is really stressful, I give the little cheeks a squeeze and it eases your heart. Yes, therapeutic purposes. Oh, what you making for dinner, Lancels? Oh, you work from home. Okay. just gotta make sure your webcam angle is it's not too overhead. Ooh, that sounds great, Lancels. Oh yeah, Ash, I wanted to ask you, how much spinal cord should we add, or should we sort of cut it off like that? I was thinking it might be cool to have the spinal cord like travel down with all the little cables and they're like a little bit twisted, so it feels more organic, because otherwise it's gonna mix together with the rest. It's just like squeezed in there. Okay, great. If we really push it, I don't know if this would show up realistically, but it might be cool. It would have little nerves kind of growing out. Oh, it's just raining outside. I was like, what's that noise? I don't think the mic will pick it up though.
Squeak skak skaki.
He only knows the word squeak. Otherwise it's skaks. Skacking. What does it mean? Okay, so we have this, and we have the heart, which would show up somewhere here. Gotta make space for it.
Skaked.
Skaked? Yeah, really cool design by Ash.
Skaked.
Skaked. Okay. As for human organs, are there any more that you'd like to add, Ash? Or should we go the rest with like fully mechanical? We can have some like mechanical lungs, so it still has like the shape of lungs, but it's more like it's like a big air cavity.
Sneak and Nikin sneaked.
I feel like Penelope is better at English. I detected when a word is English. I said she's from the language. Her official language is U.S. Spanish, so I feel like she's probably coded for that. While Enrique is Castilian Spanish.
Sneaked.
Hey, he knows sneaking. Okay, Enrique, maybe I misjudged you. Maybe I was too harsh. You did better than Squeak. I think it probably like tries to detect English words and tries to pronounce them more like in English. Yeah, QU in Spanish is always pronounced like the K sound, like the U is not pronounced. Okay, and then we're going to need some mechanical bits to just sort of fill up the rest. So I feel like it's going to need some bolts and things like that, kind of holding things together. So that's something we can probably get from actual x-rays with like implants and stuff, because those have bolts. Then, of course, there's a bunch of cables we're gonna run through. We still want to make things like clear enough. So some of them are gonna cross through. Oh yeah, we probably need some. I'm trying to be like judicious with like where I overlap things, but.
Queen's Kenneth.
Kenneth. Okay, so it's gonna need some kind of ball and joint socket. Ball and socket joints. That's words. That connects the arm. And probably some kind of internal bone-like structure for the arm that the outside connects with. And then probably some sort of like mechanical actuators or something to move all of this. So it's probably going to be like little motor thingies. Might look something like that. I mean, smaller things we might just be able to get away with directly drawing.
Squealing scaler.
He's not great at squeal. Yeah, so that goes with my theory that it detects like some kind of dictionary of English words and tries to pronounce those like in English. Yeah, Enrique literally has QUE in his name. So he's gonna be biased towards pronouncing things the good old Spanish way. The song playing when you're eating Panda Express. It's only the second day on the job. you gotta give Enrique some grace. Still getting used to it. Okay, so I feel like the outside of the robot would just be like a sort of shell. So it mostly just see the edges and then the bone inside. Drop pasta on your cat's head on accident. Oh no, you'll never be forgiven for this. Okay, so we got this like big I guess, metal core that is like hidden by the outside chest plates, let's call it. And so either the chest is supported by the chest plate itself, and that serves as a sort of like exoskeleton thing, which I'm more partial towards that, or we have like some kind of bone structure, like inside skeleton in the chest, which would make the organs harder to see. I think I'm gonna go with that. Exoskeleton idea. Even though there's like an endoskeleton for the arms, it does make more sense because you need that ball and socket joints for this like core thing to be like holding a lot of the weights. It needs to connect in some way to the chest plate, but also have mobility. But probably only like lateral mobility, like it just spins around the core, so it can do this, but probably not like bend like a spine or anything. Not sure if you need it, but I have fun. Old X-ray of yours with your knee? Oh yeah, put them on the Sacrificial Altar channel on the Discord. That's the best place. Even if I don't use it right now, it will go into my reference folder because I take all the X-rays I can get. Okay, so I was thinking maybe some sort of skier system that goes around this. And then just connects here, so it can like rotate around, but it's still being held by it. Something like that. Would model kits that are androids be helpful? Make model kits that are android girls. Have stamina on hand. I mean, not really for the internal structure. I think we're gonna have to just find like specific items for each of these little elements. Some of them we'll be able to draw, so that'll be fine. Okay, I think these would be just solid balls probably. And that more or less covers it. Oh, the head. Okay, so the eyes are around here. So I think we would see some kind of retina or some kind of light detector that is behind them. And then that needs to be connected to the brain, but that can just be behind this. Okay, there's like little lines with like the circuitry on them that we can't see. What else? It has a mouth. But being a robot, there's not going to be like a digestive system connected to it. But we're probably going to get like some kind of microphone system. Which I'm kind of like typically would see something like this, but that would just sort of give the extra an expression, which I'm kind of avoiding. Giving it like a surprise Pikachu face. If there is a nose with like a little bit of 3D structure outside the face, we probably would get the edges of that. Then, wonder if are these like, in your mind, are these like flat plates on either side, or are they a little bit like domed? Not that exaggerated, but do they have like a bit of a curve? Because if it's flat, we would sort of see something like this. If it does have like a bit of a dome, it would look something a bit like that. Let me know what you're leaning towards. Okay, then we have all these cables that are going down through here. I think they would mostly just connect to the brain. Flat plates? Okay. It would be a little bit more like this, although we wouldn't catch them like perfectly. God, I'm not good at circles. There we go. We wouldn't catch them like perfectly flat, like perfectly from the side, so they would have a little bit of a curve to them, but it would be a sort of a flat curve like this. The Greeble, I want to do like a couple retouches to the Greeble, so whenever I do that. The answer will always be when it's ready. Although sometimes I will delay posting something, so to kind of space things out. Or to avoid Sundays, which is the cursed algorithm day. That's when the least people are looking at social media. At least according to the stats they give me. Okay, we're gonna need more. More structure to the face. Okay, there's also going to be a motor around here. Be able to put it off to the side here. No one is good at circles, you're right. Let's make the Greeble more fertile. Nobody's looking at social media because Jesus. That makes sense. The Pareidolia peas, yeah, I never finished that one. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Okay, it's gonna need like little motors and other things to move the head around. I wonder if those are better like in the head or in the chest. I do have a lot of A lot of sort of empty space in the head. We need some sort of joints. Just wondering. I think we could do something like this joint, where it's like a central structure, goes all the way here. And then it just connects to the head. So it sort of just rotates. Do not talk about my fertility on stream. Way out of line. Bean is doing such a good job sleeping. Yeah. He's dreaming about something. His eyes are blank right now. And they're moving. He's in REM sleep. I think I might make the eye sensors sort of the same size as the eyes. And I guess if these are different plates, we would get the edges of them. Oh yeah, and the voice box. Oh, he woke up. Thanks for the save reminder. Here we got the structure more or less figured out. I'll have to add little details and stuff, but at least we know like where the main things are going to be. I wonder what shape to give the voice box, because whatever we do, it's gonna trigger our pareidolia, and it's gonna make us see like an expression. Don't really want to do that because the eyes are very clear, right? So if we give it a very clear mouth. Oh, what if it has like two little like microphones? So it can give it like more stereo audio. It can like speak in different directions. Since it doesn't have like perfect head mobility. Maybe that's something that whoever created it would have thought about. So it would have like a little mesh maybe. And that would remove the pareidolia effects. Posted the X-ray, thank you. Oh, those are really good X-rays. I remember some time ago trying to find like something a lot like this for bone pearls.
Yeah, I love mechanical entities with face in them.
You're in the right place, hey Budgie. Thank you so much for 21 months. Also, I was just checking Sacrificial Altar. Retina scan? Incredible. Who is these? Catgut. Angie, thank you so much. That is something you won't find easily. I am very excited to have a retina scan. I don't have any specific uses for it right now, but I know someday I might. Okay, I think we got this like more or less figured out. Can I remove the original sketch or oh wait. Can't forget. Okay. Can hide the original sketch. Have it more or less set up. I think this might work now that we have a plan. Sacrificial altar is a gold mine, yeah. And also me who really likes looking at medical scans. I think the rarest one we've got, honestly, now that this might be superseded by the retina scan, but this is from a few years ago. Someone sent a tomography, like a 3D X-ray. This is not a CT where you get slices. This is like X-ray, like taken in a few X-rays as you rotate around something, and then recreating a sort of like faux 3D from it, and it just looks so cool. Look at that. I've never seen this in real life. I've never seen one of these tomography machines. They're not common. So to have images of these, incredibly valuable. This has been sitting in my resources folder for years. Never used it yet, but lead poisoning X-rays. That's my. Oh, I'm gonna need more water for this. Okay, we finished this little sketch. I'm gonna be right back. I'll leave you guys with Bean for a second. I'm just gonna like fill in this bit of water because now it's just ice cubes in the bottom, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. All right, did you miss me? Did Bean do anything crazy? Bean's... No! Don't make him don't make him say a swear. That's evil. That's messed up. Oh, nearly dropped some water there. There we go. Can Bean stop the ads? Probably not. Bean, can you stop ads? No reply. That says it all. Say it. Don't say it, Bean. Do not say it. You hear me? Whatever they taught you, forget it. He's too pure. You can't make him say swears. He does not know of sin. Let him express himself. Okay, so we got this figured out. Now, let's try to put it all in practice. And thinking of specific things we're gonna need for it. Where should we start? I'm gonna do a quick search for robots. See if we can get like any like plates for like the arms and the chests. At least something we can adapt. Okay, let's see. It's a weird robots with tits. I get a lot of the plastic front ones. I don't mind the material. Because it is an X-ray, so we could just like make it look like metal under an X-ray. What is this? Hold on. Hold up, chat. Found a great image. Whoa! That does not work. That... God damn it. Whoever did this. It's an easy fix. Just blur it accordingly. See? It's not that hard. Also, maybe darken it, but like, that was an easy fix. Anyway, now, maybe that was artistic intention. Maybe they did it. Maybe that was the message. Somehow. Maybe there was some kind of message. Okay, here's... What is this robot? Oh, it's a 3D render. Now, the arms are too... like... stocky. He's so upset about it, he's gonna fix it. It took me a second. I was like, if it took me any longer, I wouldn't have done it. My sleep schedule is a mystery. But yeah, I do sleep mostly during the day. On average. Ooh, look. A lot of naked robot parts. Some of these could actually be useful. Oh, this might be even more useful. Look at this for the inside of the arm. We even got like all the little actuators and stuff. Okay, this is not a bone socket joint, but it might be equivalent. For our needs, it might be. Which is what we need. I would have loved just a front-facing view of this. Oh lord. The uncanny valley of it. God. Just give it a cute robot face. Why the plastic human face? Christmas is almost here. That means more Valdivia Santa. Yeah. If you've been following the story of Creepy Santa, He is now chasing us. You two are going for the night shifts. We're the forgotten members of society, the night people. But this will be good for like all the inside little gears. Ooh, this might be good for the outside. I remember this robot. That's a huge version of it. I think this is a different version of one I had as a kid that was called Robo Sapiens. And you could like literally control like every joint of it and make it move very like slowly. But they're also like, it also had like pre-programmed things. Oh, look at this for the arm. It also had pre-programmed things. This is a really weird picture, but I was looking for, oh, that's not good. That was very badly cut too. Forget that image. It had a little like pre-programmed dance it could do. And I remember like the entire little song that played with the dance. It was incredible. Anyone else had Robo Sapiens? Robot Maker so hooked up on human faces. I do not know. I know the term Uncanny Valley was coined by a Japanese robot maker. Or researcher or something. This might be good for the faceplate as like a base, even though it's like meant to imitate a like a haircut. Oh god. Oh, ew. Oh, this is bad. Chad, I don't like this. Ah, that's body horror to me. See, that's not even like the Uncanny Valley. That's just like straight up off-putting. I'm not the only one that thinks that. So, ew AI image. It's the lady again. Again, there are so many of this one. Okay, we got a few good references. I think it was a good first foray, good first search. Let's just get like a quick automatic selection of this. And we might adapt this into sort of the beginnings of a head. Let's see. Okay, also, just first of all, we are going to put a black and white filter on top of everything because it's supposed to be an X-ray. And I'm going to put in just a couple X-rays on the screen just to have like the vibe. Just like vibe reference. You miss it? Too bad, it's gone now. Yeah, can't you rewind on streams now? Or is that only on certain channels? Refs of a really big fire. That's always useful. Ooh, that is a really tall fire. That's useful. Yeah, I gotta go through like the last few weeks of the Sacrificial Altar and download a bunch of things. Let's see. We'll figure this out in a sec. I want to do. Okay, I want to use this right here, and kind of removing the arms because I might use a different picture for the arms. But you just get like the chest. Remove this arm. Okay, so we have this big thing of machinery here. The goal is to make it look like an X-ray, so let's see how we can manage that. So let me try to fit it somewhere. Let's put it here. I don't know if we'll end up using all of this, but I sort of want to get the idea and see like what's the specific filter we can do to make it look correct. And I'm also going to pull as for reference this picture I found of a X-ray of a toy robot. You can see all the bits inside. So this is plastic cover with the metal inside. You can see the difference between the two materials on the X-ray. There's another one, and this one's inverted, so let me just do this. Good job, C-Pop. We should X-ray more stuff. I agree. Okay, again, this is another like metal with plastic covering. Although I think someone has stretched it in weird ways. In any case, it serves for good reference. You can see how like bright metal is. Especially like compared to things like bones, where it's still, bones are fairly dense, but they're porous inside, so they don't get that. Like, oh, you can see the direct comparison here. That's metal, that's bone. Metal just reaches like pure white. Colossal announced that they believe in the future they'll be able to genetically engineer dinosaur adjacent creatures. Oh, they love saying things, don't they? I'll trust it when I see it. They also said they brought back direwolves, and it was just wolves again. It was just wolves with some gene edits, which is cool on its own, but it's not what they announced. So I'm not trusting a single word from that company. Thank you, Ash. Just make unicorns? They're far from it. Okay, let me hide the sketch. Just focus on this bit. And see how close I can get it to look like that. So, oh, we do have some bits of background to remove that the selection did not get. It's this. This. It's okay. I think that's a bit of background too. Getting rid of it in any case. Okay, so first of all, metal needs to be bright. So, well, I think the first step is just inverting. And second step is changing the levels. And the thing is, of course, we're going to need a lot of like little manual edits because these like darker bits, which are brighter in the original image, they should be just as bright as the ones in the background. So what if I don't invert it and just make it really, really bright? That actually works a little better, I'd say. But it still feels a bit like a picture. Okay, here's what I'm learning. It might be better to, instead of taking these large things, like this whole chunk, it might look better if I... Oh God. This is scary. What the fuck? I don't like her. It's an anime about God and a group of individuals whose job is to create animals on Earth. They want to make unicorns, so there's a particular thing preventing them from, so they end up creating the rhino instead. I like that. Horses are so bad at surviving. Mac the Bird Unicorn is the best thing. You guys know the Mac the Bird Unicorn? Let me wow you with the best ever reconstruction of a fossil. Chat, be prepared. Check this out. This is the Magdeburg Unicorn. It's so good. I love all the reconstructions of it that people have done. It is a woolly rhino that was badly reconstructed. It's so good. Theme with kebabs. The ghost of that thing is haunting the place out of spite. Okay, so here's my idea. Instead of taking the whole thing, which is not very practical. Also, Photoshop is really struggling to pick out parts from this. Instead of taking the whole thing, what if I just take little chunks? and then just edit those. That will probably give us better results. And this lets us control the specific look of each part individually, so we don't get any parts that look too much like a photo. Like, for example, these little screws here have a shadow to them, and you don't really get that in X-rays. In X-rays, you just get density. So what you would see is probably something a little closer to this, where like the center is more dense because there's just more metal there. And the edges are less dense. So since this is just a smaller number of screws, I'll do this manually. And do that. And once we have a part and we're like, okay, this looks good, since it's symmetrical, mark the sketch here. Put the reference on top. Okay. Since it is symmetrical, once we have a part and we like where it is, we can use it twice. You burned your finger? Oh no. Hope the dinner's good though. Make pizza at 10:30. Doesn't matter if that's morning or evening. It's always a good time for pizza. Do you know what I did yesterday right after the stream? I cooked myself a pizza. Some homemade pizza. That was my little reward for myself. The pasta's good, your Italian great aunt would be disgusted by it. As long as it's good to you. That's what matters when you're cooking for yourself, is you need to treat yourself, not anybody else. I would psychology text tomorrow. Good luck. Remember the Greebles. They will help you through. Okay, and if we do like a few variations on this, we can use the same part in different places too, so we can be more efficient about it. For example, I was thinking like this could serve as little like gears and actuators for the joints. So they could be on either side like that, or we can figure out a couple places to put this. For now, let's just get like other little assets and just start filling things up.
Hello from Am's house of convalescence.
No, you're okay. Greebles in this unit. Well, you need to be the change you want to see in the worlds. Make up agreeable experiments that would serve for this unit. Greebles are, we have shown yesterday through reading different experiments that Greebles are applicable to all areas of life. Okay, this is gonna be our arm, I think. Let's see. Just need this little pulley thing. So not quite the ball and socket joint I thought about, but this might be good. And it's going to need to be longer, but this will be a good start. Yeah, that might work. Tell your teacher pack Greebles, please. Kind of about a vertigo at work. Oh. I hope the meds work. The funniest case of not hearing correctly. What happened? Tell us all about your shameful mistakes.
I got prescribed a cousin of Dramamine colmeclacine, and my was kept hearing as mescaline. Solo so you can imagine how confused I was trying to figure out how tripping balls was gonna help, but I was willing to try it.
Sure, don't knock it till you've tried it. Gotta be careful with puppet warp so I don't warp things too much. Oh yeah, also everything should be in screen mode. So we can like overlay things on top of each other. So you guys know what medical media I've been consuming. I've been watching the OVA anime for Blackjack, which is if you know like Astro Boy, Osamu Tezuka, really well known mangaka.
I feel weird, and I just woke up from crashing for like 2 hours. But I'm going to be a strong hamster and
You'll be strong.
a nice doctor lady too. Cause when you get the golden ticket of a doctor note, you ride that bitch into the sunset.
Exactly. I hope you feel better soon. But yeah, Blackjack is very fun. So a little bit of context. Osamu Tezuka, real well-known manga writer, and like one of the originators of the anime style. Essentially, he has a very like specific personal style. If you've seen Astro Boy, you know it. But he was also kind of a freak, and he did a lot of things. And one of his longest running like series was Blackjack, which was about this like weird, mysterious doctor type that's kind of like a Frankenstein. Like he's all like patched up and stuff. And and he just goes around solving like weird medical cases that like veer into like fantasy territory. But the guy was a doctor. Like Osamu Tezuka was a doctor before becoming an artist, kind of like me, and you can really tell that he is like very very precise about the medical things he talks about. And within like the wild ass speculation and like fantasy things that happen within it, it's like you can see that there's a very clear medical base. Like there's good medical knowledge behind it, which just make it like it makes it infinitely more interesting than like a show like, I don't know, House or your Grey's Anatomies and that sort of thing. I don't really care for those. I do like Blackjack though, because it's kind of wild and wacky, but it does have interesting ideas. Like, just look up Blackjack manga, and you'll see what the guy looks like. It's great. He's sort of like a Dracula Frankenstein guy. The character design is very silly. Looks like that. It's him and his sidekick. But yeah, I've just been watching the OVAs, which are like, you know, like longer anime episodes from the 90s. And it's very good. I'd recommend it if you want some like cool and wacky medical media. And you like protagonists that are kind of freaks. His best friend donated his skin to save his life. Yeah, there's just like there's background lore for all of it. Also, his sidekick, who's a child, is actually like 18 years old. But she was a parasitic child in the womb that he saved. That's why she's a lot smaller. There's some wild stuff. It's both very silly and very sweet, yes. You know, what I do like about Blackjack is that there's always, you know, the background is always like some kind of medical mystery. But there is like, you know, it is there for a purpose that like serves the story, and it uses it to tell an interesting story rather than like, here's just a medical mystery. That's why I like it more than things like House.
I feel like Osamu Tezuka and Junji Ito drank from the same well when it came to weird shit that happened to their protagonists, and semi-base in reality to their horror.
True. Good observation. He treats her like a normal ass person too. Yeah, it's just this baby sidekick who's like an adult. Okay, we're starting to put the pieces in place. That is true, non-cells. Sounds as bad because they taunted you with the potential of Creutzfeldt Jakob episode and then didn't. I watched House for a while because I was like, I'm gonna watch some medical media, and at some point, like, some guy had a stroke, and one of the doctors says, "Oh yeah, let's schedule a surgery for 4." And that was like the most glaring, like, medical mistake I've ever seen. If you have a stroke, spoilers, and like, PSA, if you have a stroke or stroke symptoms, that is like one of the biggest like medical urgencies. Like, it needs to be treated as soon as possible, because like every minute that passes is like literally brain tissue that's dying and will never be recovered. So if there are like stroke symptoms, like, time is of the essence. You never see someone with a stroke and then like program a surgery for that evening, or like thrombectomy. I don't think it was a surgery. You don't program an intervention for hours later. You need to do it now because his brain is dying. And the moment I saw that, I was like, oh god. I just stopped watching House entirely. Okay, we got some of the arm bits. I would like to get some bits for the exterior. Looking like the chest plate thing here. Maybe that could be a good base for the actual chest. I know it's plastic, but I don't think it'll matter too much. Why did it select only that? Come on, Photoshop. Do your thing correctly. Nope. Okay. Fine. I'll do it myself. Okay, that's a good start. It's gonna need some editing, but it is a start. Oh, good night, Ash. I'll send you whatever I got after the stream, whether it's finished or not. Been lots of pets for you? Of course. After Bean's nap. Oh, he can take pets during the nap. He can have both. Oh, hi, Dasher. Dasher's watching the stream. Wait. Have Dasher say hi to Bean. House was one of the worst intersex episodes. I think I remember that one, yeah. That one was wild. Holding him to the screen and he's sniffing. He's trying to find the cat that lives in the screen. Okay, so the thing about this is it's going to be like an additive process. So I sort of want to have this as a... I'm not going to remove the little groove in the chest. I want to have this as one of the layers, but it's all going to like pile up with the rest of the layers in like screen mode. So it's all like things added on top of things, added on top of things. And hopefully at the end of the day, that'll give us a good X-ray effect. Asexuality, it was a tumor all along episode. I don't think I saw that one. Chase kisses a 9-year-old. Wild things happen in this show that I'm finding out about. Oh, the lighting here is going to be annoying. I thought it was pretty neutral lighting, but once you push it, it gets weird. Okay, we sort of want it to look like this, you know? So it needs to be like thick around the edges. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. First of all, I'm going to paint some more. To fill in the edges where it's been left out. Let's see what that does. The more I know about House, the more I think the only good thing about it is the fan art. Probably doing better with the robot gods than we're human ones. Yes. Honestly, I'll give my recommendation. Go read Blackjack. Or if you want to watch it, watch the the 90s OVAs. It's like, I think it's like 12 or so of them. And if you like that, you can go and read the rest. Okay, I'm just sort of painting it white because I'm going to try a thing. First of all, I'm actually going to darken this. Second, I'm going to go change the levels on top of that. I'm going to simplify it a bit. Okay, what I want to do is do this sort of effect. So I'm going to try to just paint it and see how that works. See if that looks decent. I'm going to remove the sketch. Where's the sketch? Oh, down here. Because the sketch is just sort of going to get in the middle. Yeah, with anime, there's so many there's so many creep things, and you'll see that just makes you distrustful. I do get that. I don't watch that much anime, and that was one of the reasons, honestly. Isekai doctor. Guy who gets isekai in work, but magic's the only medicine. He becomes a free healthcare guy. That's a fun setup. I watched Frieren and I was like, oh, that's such a interesting, refreshing tone that you don't usually see in anime. That's cool. And then it became a shonen. Then they had a tournament arc. And I'm like, oh, don't do this. I'm like, oh, now you're like every show. Disappointing. I did like the bit before that though. I agree with you guys until the tournament arc. That's when I was like, nope. Flambe Kitten, thank you for the follow. No, I saw a whole season. I haven't read anything after that. Does it get back to the interesting tone it had at the beginning? Like very slow, contemplative tone. That's what I liked about it. Before they added like magic types and power scaling. Yeah, hyperfixation, and you're very, very brave not to be talking about it 24/7. But you should. Does shift back to social political travel dramas? Okay, I'll watch this the next season when it comes out then. I will give it a chance. I'm glad to hear that. And why did they slot a tournament arc in? That's like what every shonen does. Were they like forced by editors to do that? Did the author just really like tournament arcs? What's going on? Full Metal Alchemist is great. One of the best ones out there, for sure. Dungeon Meshi I really enjoyed. I sort of like when the anime was coming out, like when it was beginning, I was like, I watched a couple episodes and I was like, that's really good. I'm gonna read.
It's common filler for anime when they're at risk for overtaking the manga.
Oh no, I think this is not filler. The free rent thing. It's written into the tournament arc is in the manga. It's not made up by the show, as far as I know. Have not seen Chainsaw Man. I've heard good things though. Keep seeing fan art of it. And yeah, Dungeon Meshi, I was like, I watched a couple episodes, said this is some incredible, and then I just switched to the manga because I was like, I'm not gonna wait for more to come out, and I just read it over like a couple of days. So yeah, you could say I liked it. And then I just didn't watch the rest of the anime. I was like, I already experienced this story. So I don't know if the rest of the anime is faithful to the manga, but they really like the manga. I got the Species book for it. Is it here? Where did I put this? I think it might be in my room. Hold on. Let me get something for you guys. There it is. I got this in Japan. It's not the kind of thing that will be easy to find in Spain, but it's like the Adventurer's Bible, and it's just full of it has like mini comics, which, you know, these aren't Japanese, but I did read them. Like, I did read translations of them. But it just has a lot of cool drawings. It goes through the characters, but my favorite is all the monsters. It's like a little bestiary of all the monsters that appear. Look at the mimics. I love the mimics in this series. Little magical creatures. I love the little birdies. Yeah, it's basically like all the monsters that appear in the show. And then it has little like world building things, like maps of the worlds. Like all the different species, like height charts, and it's very cute. I really like this, and it's all accompanied by like little comics. You can find these online if you want to read them. It's like a little extra little things with mini comics. And there's stuff that does not appear in the series. Well, were creatures? Were rats? So I had watched Dungeon Meshi. I recommend, if you like my kind of stuff, you will like Dungeon Meshi. Because it has a lot of really interesting like takes on, you know, your classic RPG dungeons. Obviously it's based on Dungeons and Dragons. That's why it's called Delicious in Dungeon in English, which I don't really love the name in English, but it's a play on D&D. It's much funnier in Spanish and French how they translated it, because in Spanish, Dungeons and Dragons is Dragones y Mazmorras, literal translation. So Dungeon Meshi was translated as Dragones y Mazmorras with a T instead of a D. Dragon means dragon. Dragon with a T means glutton. So it's like Dungeons and Gluttons, which is such a good name. But yeah, if you like the sort of like speculative biology thing, but applied to Dungeons and Dragons creatures, it's very good. They have like really interesting takes on different like classic monsters from RPGs. Like, I'm not going to give you too many examples because like it's fun to like see them as they explain it, because it's part of the plot. But like the Mimic, for example, is just a type of crustacean that how do you call this? It's a hermit crab that just hides in things. And I won't tell you anymore. There's like literal magical creatures too, so it's not all like quote-unquote realistic. But even the magical ones just have like interesting little takes, interesting designs. And then they cook them and they make the food look really good. But yeah, I'm glad I got this little like Bible thing for it. I was reading a manga called Heterogenia Linguístico, like in Spanish. A man takes over his professor's research to translate the languages of monster races. Interesting. That sounds fun. Let me... Is that a manga you said? I will look that up. That sounds a lot of fun. Everyone pictures Senshi telling them to make food, but all I got is a mental Martial told me to commit necromancy. That sounds fun. But yeah, if you like my work, honestly, highly recommend Dungeon Meshi. It has a lot of the same vibe and a lot of speculative stuff that if you like that from my work, you'll definitely enjoy it there. Okay, we got a nice base for the body, and honestly, just looking at the results here, it might just be better to do these manually, like do the background things manually. So for example, for the head, instead of using a photo base, what I can do is use a pen. Create a shape. Even better, because pen shapes, they don't let you make them symmetrical, which is silly. But I can set up a symmetry axis, like right here. Put it there. Use a hard brush. With a bit of smoothing and create a circle. And that can be the base for the face. Symmetry off. That should be about it. Make it a little asymmetrical, or actually let's keep it symmetrical for now because there's stuff we want to do like inside the face. So we'll keep it symmetrical, then we'll move the entire thing. The succubi are mosquitoes, yes, or inspired by mosquitoes. Also, I'll say Dungeon Meshi is really good, like, autistic rep without, like, having the characters be, like, literally or, like, explicitly stated as autistic. I think it's really cool in that sense. Oh, the smoothing is too high. Oh wait, I can try this. Hold on. Let's do inner shadow. Zero distance. There we go. Dungeon Meshi is a world where autism is the norm and neurotypicals are the minority. It actually kinda is, yeah. Okay, we're adding a little bit of asymmetry. Let's make it all less perfect. And this will be our base for the face. Let's create a little circle. And here's the trick. Create another circle and make them intersect. And this creates this sort of little shape that we can use for the ear plates. So that's going to go in screen mode, get the same inner shadow. The entire party's autism is all opposite. They really are. And we beat Insomnia this week. That's what I told people. Because I got my friends to watch the first episode of Summer Hikaru Died. Heard really good things about that one. I know nothing about it except for the name, so I assume there's someone that dies. That's all I know about it. I also heard that the anime is better than the manga, because the manga is like weirdly paced, and the anime fixes that. That is the one take I've heard about it. It's just one person's opinion. That might not be accurate, but that is what I know.
Itas Eldritch Horror Val.
Eldritch Horror? Okay. I'm listening. Thanks, EGAP. It's still away from being done, but we're figuring it out. Tag your type of autism. Mine is like Lio's. I related to Lio's quite a bit. I'm not as an autistic person, but as far as I know, I'm not autistic, but I did relate to him a lot. Not a Shuro hater. Hot take. But you're right too. Like, he also reads like as a it's just a different type of neurodivergent. Land of the Lustrous. Never heard of that one. You showed my fractal series to your partner. You're really thinking about it so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, EGAP. Okay, let me figure something out here. I'm gonna do this. Let's see, would that make sense for the this bit of metal? Actually, it would be the opposite. Hold up. I think it would be like this, actually. Also, it would be more subtle, but... And for the bottom of it, would be the same but opposite. See if that works. Also, where's my... There we go. This. Okay, this is way too tall. Did an X-ray piece earlier this year for a floppy disk drive embedded in a skull. That's fun. I like that. Alright. My main goal here is sort of figuring out the best way of doing an like this like X-ray effects. I'm gonna put this in normal instead of screen, so it's gonna be on top. We're going off sketch a little bit, but I think we figure out the correct shape for the head first. The rest will fall into place a bit better. I think the ears need to be lower too. A plugin called Glowstick they used to make X-ray style pieces. Oh, interesting. Wonder what kind of effect it uses. Let me look it up. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's for like neon style images. So it's like invert and then glow. And Dorohedoro Season 2 is coming. When's that coming? Okay, I think that I'm making the head too big. You know what I'll do? I will separate it out to a different layer. So I'll go into screen mode and then get the same filters applied so I can just like move them independently. There we go. That is more like it. Okay, I like this for the edges. It's gonna be, I think, the best way of achieving the effect for the main like body pieces, but I can't like over rely on it because otherwise it's gonna look too drawn. So I gotta make sure to like mix it up correctly with photo elements, and I think that should make it work. See though. Also, the head is kind of going off sketch, but doesn't matter. We will use the sketch more as reference. Okay. I'm gonna keep doing little things like that. So let me do one of these blobs for the arms. I'm gonna go within the group. We're gonna get whatever color the head is. This. Gonna go with a lot of smoothing. A mostly hard brush. And what's that? Why is it so bumpy? Is it the smoothing? Should not look like that. Yeah, smoothing is supposed to avoid that. Let's remove the smoothing. No, it's just sort of bumpy. Weird. Because the flow is 100%. Yeah, look at those bumps. Spacing? Oh, I guess the spacing is low. Or too high? Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. December, January for Dorohedoro? Hell yeah. It's pretty close. Can't wait.
My bird Oliver tried to crawl in my certain when he stopped him as que like I was abusing him.
Don't attack him. You're killing him. Okay, let me remove the sketch because I'm noticing some pretty bad angles here that were just hidden by the... There we go. They were hidden by the sketch layer. Took me for a fool. Okay, these are gonna have to be in a separate layer because otherwise it's gonna conflict with all the stuff I painted for the chest plates. So I'm gonna move these outside, put them in a group. The group needs to be in screen mode. We're gonna call this arms. Gonna put in this levels layer. And normal layer to paint out the edges, and a soft light to add in some interesting bits. Actually, I can just add inner shadow to this. Boop, boop. Okay, I'm gonna create a layer out of these inner shadows so I can edit them. A little bit of wonky edge here. That must have been because my eraser wasn't really well primed. There we go. Wait, Liz, you also got a parrot named Oliver? What are the chances? Call him Fire Alarm. It's an African grey, so does it speak? Is your mom's not actually yours? I mean, with how much African greys live, might be yours someday. Depending on Oliver's age, of course. Only when people aren't around. Really? That's interesting. Shy parrots. Might be a first.
Val just threatened your mother life.
I didn't threaten your mom's life. Come on. What an uncharitable reading. Just saying, African grey parrots just live like a million years. That's a good thing. More parrots.
Val is reminding you of your mother's fragile mortality in the face of the mortal African grey.
Exactly. Oliver turned 10. I was still pretty young then. The edges of the arm plate should be smoother. Actually, I'll just kind of let them go off screen like that. Okay, then we got the pole thing in the middle, like this core bit, which I think is just going to be metal entirely. So that one's going to be like pretty much pure white, I think. Let's see how we do this. Let's turn the symmetry on and sketch out here next to the arms. Let's sketch out something with this gray color. Why is it so... Oh, okay. It's just in screen mode. It's not that it's not opaque. Okay, so that bit here. Let's make that about this size. And just finish it up by adding a little bit of a sort of a brighter streak going the opposite way. Place that around here. And there's going to be a different type of symmetry off. Different type of metal or a different type of material. Since it's not like a shell, it's more of like a strong metal core that's holding up the weight. So it's going to be like a denser material. Which means it's just going to be, since it's fully... There we go. It's fully metal inside, so it will just like be pure white inside. And then like as it goes off to the edge, slowly dissipate a little, but still like mostly white. And I don't know, maybe we can add some texture inside later if we feel it's too simple. That's the general gist of it. That's the idea. Yeah, I bet having cats and a parrot is... It's a pretty wild combination. Okay, any other main bits I need to worry about? Oh yeah, these little like ball joints, like right there. Which we're just seeing kind of the corners of them, so. So these are going to go in screen mode. They're going to go a little darker. Then they're going to get a clipped layer on top, and I'm going to paint the center white again. And then need some sort of structure around these things. So something like that. And just as the others, it's going to go on screen mode and get a layer on top. It's hard to think about X-rays in a, like, trying to draw an X-ray instead of trying to draw in, like, trying to think of how light works, because they're very different things. I know X-rays are technically light, but you have to think about every object it goes through as if it were sort of like made of glass. I think that's like the best way for my brain to conceptualize it. And so it's a little tough to like wrap your head around, I guess. And the more like you got to think of it as like different types of glass. So the more opaque the glass is, the whiter it is in the X-ray. And you can technically, it might even be easier if you just like invert it to do this, because I think to our brains it makes more sense if like the darker parts are like more opaque, but X-rays are usually seen in the negative. Okay, let's add more actual robot parts, and hopefully combining that with the structure that we got right now will give us something nice. Just call this arms and hips because they're both in the same place. And let's see. Oh Lord, that robot. So scary. Okay, trying to think of like different mechanical bits I could kind of cut out of this one. Should we do the human organs first, though? Bean is a strong sleeper tonight. He's dreaming right now. You know, I might do the organic bits first, and then do the metal bits, because the organic bit is the most important. So I'm going to pull out the sketch and put it all the way on top. Because starting now, it serves more like as reference than anything else. Yeah, let me do some mechanical bits in the abdomen area, basically. maybe the little like screws and stuff in the arm areas as well, because those are not going to have any organs. So we can like sort of settle in the look, maybe the neck as well, settle in the look of the mechanical bits to then just like know the best way of doing the organs. So what kind of mechanical bits? I want some kind of like rotating joint thing to go right around this like tube area. So let me see if we got any robots that have a good version of that. Maybe this little clamp thing, but it's a bit too far. I mean, we don't have to use robots, honestly. We can find like mechanical parts, like, I don't know, any other sort of like gear rotating machinery. Let me find gears. Or what might be cool is how do you call these? Little gear things with small bearings, ball bearings. Ball bearings? Let's see. These sorts of, yeah, that's the stuff inside fidget spinners. What's the name of this piece? Maybe it'll be a good one to do. Distracted looking at bones again. Fair enough, fair enough. That might be good. We want to see it sort of from the side. Weights? Like this part is a weight? That does not sound familiar. Okay, Photoshop, please select what I told you. Come on. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, it's not the correct angle, but we might make it work. Oh no, I don't mean the weight in fidget spinner. I mean the fidget spinners. I mean the little rotating joints with ball bearings in the middle. Like this whole part. And I guess this one has cylinders in it, but close enough. Yeah, the middle thing is a ball bearing, like these ones. These ones are not ball bearings, but the ones you usually find are. Okay, so I'm changing the perspective. Oh, hello, Bean. Let's see if I can find one that's better suited, though. I mean, maybe this. It's gonna need the balls inside, but I can do this separately. No, Bean was just changing posture. False alarm. He's not waking up. You got up for all of 5 seconds. Exactly as much as you need. Okay, maybe I put this like through the cylinder. That might be more interesting. Oh. There we go. Okay, gotta remove the reflections, obviously. Can't have it reflecting random things. And then the back of it is blurry, which bothers me, but hopefully we can make it work even with that. So what if we put this on screen mode? Then just mess with the levels until we got something that looks good. And then we need to add all the little ball bearings. So let me see if I can find an individual one in a photo. Honestly, it can be any sort of evenly lit sphere. These are a bunch of them. Just sphere. Give me a sphere. Okay. It's more or less evenly lit. This one's kind of bubbly. Actually, this might work. They're referred to as lobes? Those parts? Interesting. Oh, the outside of the... Okay, of the parts. With the ball bearings. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna put this on screen mode, invert it, and now that's a little metal ball. Desaturate. We're gonna simplify it so it's a simple layer. And in order to sort of change the material, we can just mess with the level. So if you want to make it brighter, yeah, so just gonna go in screen mode, match the ball bearings, and these ones are going to be kind of invisible because they're against a really bright thing. Okay, let me add a soft light layer that can reduce the brightness of the body here. There we go. Maybe a couple. There we go. Also, you'll notice I'm not changing the size of the balls as we're sort of getting closer or further away. That is for a very specific reason. X-rays don't really work like normal photos, where like perspective applies. Because in a normal photo, you are taking a bunch of rays of lights and hold on. Explain it with a little drawing. So in a normal photo, you're taking a scene and you're taking all of these rays of lights and concentrating it through a lens, concentrated into a small point. That means that something that's close to you, when you, well, that's not a point, but like a detector. This goes for our eyes as well. Something that's close to the camera will take up a lot more of that space because the light is like being concentrated. But with an X-ray, what you're doing is the detector, we're putting in the same place, right? The detector is here. What you're doing is taking like a ray of sort of parallel lights that's going through things and then hitting the detector. The light goes in a straight line. So if something's closer to the camera, let's say there are two objects here, right? This one and an object of the same size that's for like further away. What you'll get in this detector is a picture where one object, the one that's close, is bigger than the one that's far away. If you get the same thing here, two objects, same size but different distances, in this detector, you will get both objects looking exactly the same size. Does that make sense? So we can't think of perspective, like, of not perspective, but like things further away being smaller in X-rays, because it doesn't quite work like that. It's not a perfectly parallel ray, right? It's not exactly that, but it works a lot more like an image without perspective. Anyway, X-rays are weird. X-rays work like photos in many ways, but they're very different in some key ways that just make them sort of counterintuitive. It's actually, technically, if I remember correctly, it's not quite, you get the effect of like focus, like a lens focusing, like a photo. You actually do get kind of the opposites, because the rays are like not perfectly parallel, but like going away from each other a little bit. So things that are closer, and this is a small effect, because unless you're like doing an X-ray or something super large or super long, but things that are closer to the detector will appear smaller. It's kind of like the opposite. I don't like that. That breaks my brain a bit too much, but there is a little bit of the opposite effect of what you see on normal perspective. This is off memory, so I might be off, but I do remember them telling us all this and more in med school. So I should probably go to the bathroom. What time is it? Yeah, you know what? Do a little quick bathroom break right now, and then we'll keep filling this up. No, I won't.
Not understand that explanation. Could you repeat it one more time?
As many times as you want. Okay, be right back. Don't make Bean say bad words. Bean, do not listen to them. Don't. Do not listen. Oh, there he goes. He's so sleepy. Look at him. Look at him. What? What? ¿Qué pasa? Oh.
Tolate. We. Taught him swear words in 3 new languages. He knows the variations of uso in Japanese and the ancient art of how to use a pinche in Spanish.
You know what pincho originally means? It's like a kitchen aid. And that's still the way it's used in Spain Spanish. Pinche is only an insult in Mexican Spanish. Maybe some other like Central American countries, I'm not sure. But it's definitely like mostly from Mexico. But yeah, it means like the cook's helper in the kitchen. Which is really funny that it became such a like general insult. Bean is so long. He deserves to be. Don't make him feel bad about it. Don't ask him questions he can't reply to. Bean just is. Isn't that right, Bean? You just are. A nose kiss. I'd be offended it was called hamburger hellfire. A German insult directly translates to asparagus Tarzan. That's great. Bean mandated break time. Yes. You'll get to enjoy Bean for a minute.
My other favorite phrase to use in Spanish is "ay coño cause it's both kind of specific, but super effective."
That's a good one too. Coño is one of those words in Spanish that can literally mean like anything. Coño is like the equivalent of pussy, right? But it is, if you just say, ay coño, it's like, fucking hell, like I'm like exasperated. Or you can say, ¿qué coño? What the fuck? You can say, estoy hasta el coño. I am fucking tired of this. I'm up to the pussy, basically. Also, estar de coña is, you just change coña to coña. Coña is like joking around. It's a word with hundreds of meanings and hundreds of variations. It's great. First word was shit. Love that. The equivalent of God damn it. Yeah. But you can also say, if you just change the tone of how you say it, ay coño. Ay coño. It can mean like that. If you say it that way, it would mean like, oh, right. Like, oh, fuck. Like, I forgot about this, or I just realized this. Ay coño. It's such a general word that, like, just the inflection you say it with can change the entire meaning. Oh, the... My pen. No, that's my pen. It's like fucking English in a lot of ways, yeah. Although there's also the equivalent of, the more literal equivalent of fuck, which is, in Spain Spanish, is joder. Joder is also like a very varied word.
Every language has secret tonality rules that change the way words are perceived. It's awesome.
It does. La verga is a very Mexican one, yeah. It's another cool thing about Spanish is that just you get so many varieties in like slang and swear words based on like where, like what variant of Spanish you're speaking. But it's still like perfectly intelligible. Like if somebody tells me a la verga or pinche cabrón, I'm like, oh, that's a Mexican person. You're perfect. Still perfectly understand what they meant with it. Yeah, Spanish insults, it's like an art, not a science. And there's so much to them. You can do so much. Bean. Don't try to bite that. I see you. You wanna hop on? You wanna say hi, say anything to chat? Yeah. Come on. Your battle cry. Shoulder. Shoulder. Come on. Come on. Here. Oop. No. This way. Don't bump the mic. Here.
I remember one time at work someone was explaining that a new rule that had come down, and I was like, ay por amore del Dio. My coworker started laughing at me and told me I sounded like an old woman lol.
It sounds like you mixed some Spanish and Italian there too, making up entirely new dialects. Exactly. Come be a warm cozy. I need you right now, dude. I need your help. You want to smell? It smells like lemon. You don't like that, right? Too lemony for you. That's too bad. Pondering my orb. Okay, we were looking for what kind of machinery would go well inside this robot. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, honestly, here's something we haven't used yet. Is X-rays with like actual screws and stuff in them. We got this one as an example. It's pretty grainy. Let's see. Don't hit me with your tail, Bean. What did I even do to you? Let's go to Wikimedia. X-ray implants. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly download a few and check how they will work. Also, one good thing about all of this is that we'll be able to hide a lot of the seams in blurring and stuff, because X-rays aren't like a perfectly clear thing most of the time. We'll get a lot of blur. Chingar is another very, very Mexican one. It would be, I guess it would be the equivalent of joder in Spain Spanish. Is it true that people in Spain use the word hostia a lot? Yeah. Hostia, chaval. with the H pronunciation, yeah. That sounds like Southern Spanish with the H. Yeah. Hostia is really common. That's holy bread. So that's another common type of swear you'll find in Spanish. It's like Catholic stuff. So yeah, holy bread is really common in Spain. It can just be a general exclamation like hostia, fuck. But if you say esto es la hostia, this is the holy bread, it means it's awesome. But if you say, I'm gonna give you a holy bread, it means I'm gonna hit you. Te voy a dar una hostia. I'm gonna beat your ass. So very context dependent. Hostia can mean something really cool or something really bad. Exactly, like, oh fuck, and this shit fucks. That's a good comparison. So here are some real X-ray screws. So if I do this, I can make a little like cross essentially out of them. That can make it feel like it's connecting both layers. The host. Oh, the host is a technical name for holy bread, yeah. Forgot about that. A knuckle sandwich from the Lord. Also, another really funny thing about Spanish and its varieties is that very innocuous words in one language, in one version of Spanish, can mean like really bad words in another. So, for example, concha. Concha just means seashell, but in some varieties of Spanish, it's come to mean pussy. And if you say concha in those countries, because you're from Spain and you just like see it as a normal word, you're gonna get some weird looks. But the most classic example of this is coger. Coger means to take or to pick up. So you'll say like in Spain, you'll say, "Voy a coger el autobús." I'm gonna take a bus. But in a lot of South American and Central American dialects, coger means to fuck. So if you tell people you're gonna take the bus with coger, they will instead understand I'm gonna fuck the bus. Yeah, oh, Damelseri was faster than me, but yeah, exactly. See you later, Mectol. Have a good walk. Concha is also a sweet bread in Mexico, yes. Very tasty. Okay, so we got these screws from actual X-rays. We can put screws here and there. Here's a little plate with screws. Here's a whole mess of them. I kind of like the dental ones because they're a little bit more compact. Here you can see the entire implants. I don't know if we'll use that though, but it can serve as a nice example. Let me see if I can find any other good ones on Wikimedia.
This is why swearing is the best part of learning any language. There's
Yes.
some context and history in learning what is considered a swear word, where and when you say it.
Whoa, I found my own image on Wikimedia. I looked for X-ray metal, and I'm one of the first results. I uploaded it there because I was like, you know, this is going to be useful for people. It's a good scan of an X-ray. So I don't know if the position is depending on the users at all, but that's fun. I wonder if you can see like how many people have used it. No? Well, it appears up in the results. That's funny. Anyway, any other examples of like metal bits in X-rays? I can find like some implants, but not looking that up on screen because every time you look up something anatomical on Wikimedia, you have a very real chance of nudes. So gotta be a little careful. Okay, it's mostly just screws that I can find. There's an X-ray of a gun. All like covert gun. But nothing too interesting. So let's see what else we can use. I like this one because it just has a lot of complex machinery. We just gotta like separate bits out. That was not a good selection, Photoshop. Okay, there's a little tube here that could be useful. Okay, let's turn that into a layer. Yeah, this one's nice. Let's see what we can do with it. Maybe like down here. You have a cat named McCavity? It's just like Cats, the musical, right? God, when I was in the US, we got really high and then watched Cats, the movie. Like the movie about the musical. Like, oh, it was so bad. It was so upsetting. Mexican mom's try puta, the Filipino food. I love that. Okay, let's add more of these little bits. I like that. Okay, these two can be really good. Let's give that a try. Okay, so we put that on screen mode. That would be the best place for this. Maybe like around the shoulder joints. Like trying to be reminiscent of some of our bones. "2019 cats, it's a cognitive hazard." Hot cocoa. Abuelitas? It's like a brand of hot cocoa. In Spain, the well-known brand is Colacao, and its selling point is that it's actually not good, like not well made, in the sense that the chocolate does not correctly dissolve in the milk. So what you actually get from this is a sort of a film of like a chocolatey dust that's actually really good on top of the milk. And the rest of the milk does get chocolatey a little bit, but it just doesn't dissolve very well. It's like how they used to do it before there were like artificial things that could make it dissolve better. And most people still love the old version that doesn't dissolve. It's chunky. Yeah.
Chunky chocolate milk. Perfect for cookie dipping.
Everyone in Spain loves it. It's the classic childhood thing. It's just having Colacao. And when you don't have the when you're eating your cookies and you're dipping them to get some of this like chocolatey film from the top, once it runs out and you just get like slightly chocolated milk, you just put some more Colacao and stir it. That's the classic way of doing it. It's not pulp. It's not pulp. It's sort of like dusty. So it's more like little clumps, I would say. Hold on, I'll find you a picture. Okay, hold on. I'm mostly finding images of the package. Well, you can kind of see it here, but this is more like a promo image. So they made it look like very extra foamy, but it does get all the foam on the top. I want to see a real picture of it. Oh yeah, you can see how it like clumps up at the top. Usually the milk won't be that chocolatey in comparison because a lot of it will just not dissolve. But that's what you want. That's the goal. So yeah, Colacao is great. You can technically stir it in a way like the technically right way to do it is in hot milk, because that way it'll dissolve better. And you just like put a little bit of milk. You first put the Colacao in, then you put a little bit of milk. You stir it until it kind of becomes a paste, put in a little bit more milk, stir it a bit more, and then you just put the rest of the milk, and it'll have like dissolved evenly. That's a technically right way to do it. But I've never seen people actually do it like that. Because who cares about eating it the right way? You gotta get your good chocolate clumps. The clumping is the point. So yeah, if you ever get the chance, try Colacao.
If that's being right, I'd rather be wrong.
Exactly.
If you live in the USA, you don't need to find Colacao, just get Swiss mix hot cocoa mix and it works the same.
Oh, really? So Spain has competition from Switzerland. Okay, let's get more robot bits. Let's see what else we can find that's usable here. Not that much, but there were other pictures of this robot lady. There we go, we got some more here. Oh, there are some cables. That was not a great selection. There we go. Of course, we need the little cable management fastener things, whatever you call these. Let's get some more cables. And you know the issue with mate? It's very good and very tasty. Mate is this thing I'm drinking. And it doesn't have that much caffeine in it. But the thing is, you can use the same leaves for like the entire day. Like you can just keep putting water and it keeps brewing. And at some point you just suddenly realize, oh my god, I have so much caffeine. And this just happened to me. So on the one hand, I should stop to not mess with my sleep schedule too much. On the other hand, it's just a very good drink. I'll finish this little bit of water that I got left. After that, it's no caffeine for me. It's an unending potion. This stuff, it's literally a green stamina potion. It's kind of hard to show the inside because of the lighting, but you can see the inside is all like green leaves. So it's a literal green potion, and I as for personal experience, the day before leaving to the US, I had a lot of work left to do, a lot of little commissions, but it was like I was doing like thumbnails for the SCP Archives podcast, and as a sort of last minute thing, they decided to do double the episodes in October because they had a lot of them like ready. So suddenly they went like, "Hey, can you do like, if you want, can you do twice as many thumbnails this month?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll try." And it was the last day, and I had 6 of them, I think, to do. I did all 6 of them in a row, thanks to this baby. I was so caffeinated. I just like went back to back to back and did 6 edits, which was just incredibly efficient. Also, that's the last of my green potion. Giving up on sleep hygiene never worked for me. Honestly, people love to talk about sleep hygiene. It's never really like giving people sleep hygiene recommendations hasn't actually shown any improvement in people's sleeps. It's a healthy thing to do and say, but it doesn't actually have a lot of like clinical evidence, essentially. Putting the phone in the living room using a traditional alarm clock. That's a good tip. I have one of those light alarm clocks that just like, it does make a sound, but only at the very end. Before you set your alarm, it like slowly lights up, and it's essentially like a lamp because it gets quite bright. So it's pretty good because it lets you like sort of wake up more naturally if you're, at least for me, if my brain is so inclined, because, you know, with my sleep disorder, I have a lot of trouble waking up in general, but if I'm sort of like in a good moment, it works really well. Do a couple of versions of this one with some different puppet warps. Back home from a 5.5-hour flight. How did the travel go? How are you feeling? Also, welcome, Scouten. Valdivia Jr. Let me see. My son. He looks just like me. I am honored. Oh, microchips might be a good texture. Trying to think of like other things to put on. Also trying to keep my layers slightly organized so the sketch is not like in the middle of nowhere. Okay, let's do the oh yeah, the mics. That'll be a good one for the face. Let's do that. Some circuit boards. A face only a father could love. Cooling fans, that's a pretty good one. Let me try this one. Or this one. Oh, these are like details of boards. Yeah, maybe this one's a bit too close. I do like the pattern on this one and how clean it is. So I can essentially just use it as an X-ray directly. You know what might be good? Putting these like near the eye sensors, kind of like it's processing the information from the eyes. But we might need more than that. Oh, that's an actual X-ray. I was looking at the others. This is a literal X-ray, I believe. It's inverted though. Should be like that. Hold on, what if I looked for a circuit X-ray? Nope. Dang, nothing I use. X-ray as a single word? No, same search. Oh, it's like an actual RAM board. Let me try this one since it's like pretty simple as is. Pacemaker. That's a good idea. They might give us cool X-rays with like all the little cables in them. Okay, we need to leave space for the brain. So maybe we like put these to the sides. So maybe I print like the circuit board things on top of other bits. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just give them a bit more complexity. Thanks for the save reminder. Yeah, let's look up pacemaker. Let's see what pops up. Oh, that's just a guy. Okay, not on here, but maybe on Wikimedia. I'll search for it not on screen, because anything anatomical, I might get nudes. Or anything medical, I should say. Oh, no x-rays of pacemakers. No luck. You'd think there would be, but... Hi, Wen. Good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, it's been a minute. Oh, look at these little parts of circuit boards. Let me try remove background, because that should just directly get rid of the floor behind them. Are you starting a new job? What you doing, man? Oh, these look like smartphone bits, which might be very good, because I might use the camera, for example. For the eyes. I think that's a camera. I'm pretty sure. Uni's research labs, nice. You're like collecting samples. Hope they let you do some more. What you studying at the lab? Gotta separate these a bit more, I think. did you ask about your lab? Oh, what you're studying. What are you studying there specifically? Thanks, Bill. Miscanthus or grass? That sounds cool. Oh yeah, this bit of circuits is gonna be so useful to just like add bits and bobs everywhere. I'm happy I found this image. Okay, let's search for, let's do the organic bits next, and then let's see where we're standing. So let's actually get to the robot guts part of the robot guts stream. Only 4 hours in. Pretty good time. Specifically for biomass to be turned into biofuel. Oh, interesting. That sounds great, Wen. Okay. Let's see, brains. Looking to see if we got good exposure for the brains in a regular X-ray. This one has a bit. But I wonder if I can find one that's specifically focused for the brain. Not really on Wikimedia. I wonder if it might be better to just use just a standalone brain and just try to make it look like a brain, like an X-ray. Yeah, welcome back, Mechtel. So metal bone just cut off. Oh, here? Yeah, I haven't done the joint here. That's why it cuts off suddenly. Okay, let me see if I can find a front-facing picture of the brain, and hopefully the brainstem. Not showing you guys, because again, some of these searches could be dangerous. Okay, I did find a spinning 3D model of only the brain, like the neocortex. I'd like to find one of the brainstem though. Worst comes to worst, it's not too bad because the brain, just by definition, is a big sack of water. So we don't see it that well in X-rays. We just kind of... we just kind of know where it is. Do have brain somewhere here.
Lika Kofuatera, yes I know the feeling.
100-bit quota. Have a quota. Well, she have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I have the blue brain. There's a brain treated with methylene blue, which is an actual thing that's put in people. It's not the right angle quite, but here's what the trick I'm gonna do. The blood vessels in the brain are gonna have contrast. So you see the blue blood vessels there. We're gonna cheat and say like, yeah, they put contrast for this X-ray so you can actually see the blood vessels, or just this robot doesn't have normal blood and has metal in its blood. Hey Bean. Hi, come over. You wanna come over? No? You don't wanna come over. You hate me. What was that soda you made the clown milk with? Oh, Clipper. The most evil drink in the world. Look at that. Okay, we're gonna have to cheat this a little bit, but if it works, it's gonna be cool, so. And I know we're seeing the brain from the back, but that's the thing about X-rays. We're not seeing that from anywhere specific. We're seeing through things. So we can't think of this like a photo. Where are you lurking, Bean? I feel you moving below me somewhere. Where did you go? I felt him pass by me. Oh, there you are. He's hiding. Come over, Bean. Hey, Bean. Come over. Here. There's my boy. Oh, yeah. Hello. Headbutt. Hi. Yeah, I love you too. There he is, chat. I grabbed him. He's Kissing my nose. Do you headbutt me? Yeah. Very good. If you didn't know, Bean taught himself that if I make kissing sounds, it means he has to headbutt me. He's completely self-taught. Headbutt? Oh, he's distracted by the cable. Don't look at the cable, dude. Okay, no more headbutts. Ah, Liz reused the wrong bean emotes. There's Valdiv Bean and Valdiv Beans. It's the same emote except it changes the number of eyes. And the cats learn to headbutts. I mean, because if you constantly do this to your cat, he learns that the kissing sound, oh, there he goes. The kissing sound is associated with like touching his forehead to you. So he just gets that association. What? Headbutt. No? Nothing. I'll headbutt you myself if needed. Also, yeah, they like rubbing their heads on things they like already, so it's natural that they would like associate human kisses with that, with affection. B, no, you no, dude. Oh my, he canceled my transformation. He just canceled it. No, Bean. Oh my god. He pressed on one of the shortcuts here and he just pressed cancel on the transform. It's because you won't let him swear. Damn it. I have been sabotaged. I can't believe this.
Vin did not approve of the choice we were making. What a good artist. He managed this creative process virgulilla.
Oh yeah, also I don't... Sorry, I've had the noise filter turned off for like most of the stream. I'm sorry there were annoying sounds. We just saved this commission. What a hero. Let's see if I can find a brain X-ray with contrast. Not an X-ray, only CTs. Okay, so this will go in screen mode. And we just sort of like intuit that it's there, but We only get these as proof of that. And if you want to be more accurate, we should also do the other side of the circulatory system on the brain. Bean, stop clicking the mouse. He accidentally presses it because the mouse is like right against the bed. Bean loves flipping sideways when he's making biscuits. That way he gets to rest while he's working. He's so smart. He's possibly the hardest worker in the entire world. That's the end of my drink. That was a good drink. Let's see. I got a picture of the spinal cord. No, that's not right. Let's see. Any actual scans of the spinal cord would be great. Maybe some diagrams on here might work. Being fucking up your art and immediately making biscuits and taking a nap. All in a day's work.
Okay, I come back to complain about how cold it is in my room. It is about just 3 degrees.
Ooh,
Say.
that's cold. Damn. You got any big blankets? Good spinal cords. Start a bonfire in your room. Yes, this will help with the cold. And will have no unintended consequences. Okay. No good options for spinal cord. No, even in Celsius that is bad, yeah. Colder than a refrigerator is? No, a refrigerator is usually colder than that. Okay, let me maybe mix this with regular X-ray. Let's see which ones I have that might work. Just to... this might be the best one. Let's see how this will work. Oh, forgot to turn off the email notifications. Can easily raise the room temperature by playing Minecraft. I always raise the room temperature by streaming. That usually works great for me. It doesn't get terribly hot at all. Wonder if I should combine these. It just blurs it a little bit, honestly. It doesn't change it much. Okay, let's see. The spinal cord thing, it's gonna be a bust. There's no good images of it, so we can just draw it. It's not gonna look that good though. And then the heart. Okay, so that's something I can probably find fairly easily. Let's find heart, X-ray. Usually a heart is kind of just like a shape in the X-ray. What I need to find is like a regular, sort of healthy heart. Okay, so if you just take a normal chest X-ray, the heart really usually looks something like this. This is a bit of an enlarged one, but you can see it quite well. So it's like this whole area. It also takes the aorta, and it's a little bit like hard to see the exact edges because it's kind of just like a sack that contains the heart and a bunch of stuff around it. So it's, you don't get like the perfect anatomical outline of a heart. Wishing you warmer dreams. Okay, so that would be the heart. But obviously the spine is going right behind it. And actually, this one has little suture things on the spine. Not sutures, but little wires, which is annoying. Okay, let me find other clearer heart x-rays. Not that many, actually. Okay. Chest x-ray. Let's see if I can find a decently big one. Okay. I don't think this one has any implanted things. It's a smaller heart now. Most things are just a shape in the x-ray. I mean, some things you can see really clearly. If you're looking at bones, you can see the like the perfect bone shape. But softer, watery things tend to just like blend a bit. So what you're seeing here is the heart, obviously the ribs going through, the spine behind it, and the aorta sort of also cutting a line through. The aorta is behind the heart. And it's kind of stopped here at the diaphragm. So if we put this on screen mode, focus it in the correct area. Then increase the contrast, you can see these lines a lot better. Berith! Oh, that raid didn't show up. Hey Berith, in chat. How you doing? Making a robot x-ray. It's taking a while, because it's quite a new thing for me. A specific effect that I haven't done before, so... I've edited x-rays, but those were like pre-existing x-rays that I edited things into. So we were just doing some trial and error, seeing what works. Oh, this is going to be incredibly tough to separate from the bones. It might be easier to cheat it and just do the heart in the same way I did the brain. It's going to look faker, but it's also pretty much impossible to separate the ribs and the bone side of the heart, since they take up like most of its shape. Let's see if I can find a healthy, preserved human heart. Oh, here's a really small picture one. Hold on. Okay, I got a couple. A heads up if you don't like seeing actual organs. This is your warning to not look at the screen for like a minute or two until they get turned into x-rays, after which you should probably be fine if you don't mind like this brain. Okay, so these are actually, they're already in black and white. This is one I found that's really small, but we can see the muscle very well. And this one's like very evenly lit, but it has all the fat around it as well, which is more realistic. I think this one might work a bit better. AI bone removal. needs to be a little smaller than that. I think that should be about the correct size compared to a brain. Vary a bit, so I think we're within the range. I mean, I guess technically in terms of levels, the heart should probably be darker than everything around it. First of all, I guess let me do a selection. That's not a correct selection. Come on, Photoshop. That's better. Okay, let's let the arteries kind of shine a little bit through, but other than that, make the heart like a little bit more neutral. H-Bomber guy. Oh, it's doing a video on Adobe. Just one clip is 1 hour 45 minutes. Incredible. Oh, Wen, have a good night. Give you a flashcard set of clinical anatomy photos of dissections. Ooh, that's cool. Let's see, how will the circulatory system of this work? If it has a heart, it needs to have... Photoshop, please be normal. Okay. There we go. Okay, I have an idea. Let me try to find a diagram of the circulatory system. I'm going to try to combine it, hopefully on a labeled diagram. Let me see here, by the way. Okay, there are some good diagrams here, actually. More like older ones, but... Wait. Is that... Oh yeah, it is. I wonder if this will work, though. Okay, I do have some diagrams, but they're very labeled. which is a bit annoying. Let me see if they would work. So if I manage to extract sort of everything but the grays out of an image. And I mostly want the path from the heart to the brain. So something like this. The heart is approximately in the correct space. I'm gonna rotate it a little. And let's see if we can do anything with this. Kind of need a blurry version of it. And if we're going with the same idea that we use for the brain, where the circulatory system is sort of brighter, I can probably get away with this. You're adding bullshit to Genesis code so you can ask it for fortunes. That's a fun idea. Be clear, Patreon is $12 a year. No, that depends on there's several tiers. There's yearly prices. $12 is the third tier 1 month. It actually depends on the conversion. That'll change. Just check the Patreon page. It'll give you price estimates of everything. Because I set them in euro, so I'm not gonna be able to give you the perfect conversion. But yeah, check the Patreon page, and you can, if you want to see the yearly prices, there should be a little toggle thing. They just recently changed the page though, so it might be in a different place now. So did you know you can now gift Patreon subs? I think that's pretty cool. They should figure out a system where you can like give it to a random person, like you can do in Twitch, and then it would be perfect. I'm not going to complain that it exists. I think it's a cool system. Oh yeah, not everyone has quoting privileges. I don't recall the exact permissions. I think you need to VIP role to do that. Just a little diamond. Okay, so if I added little bits of circulatory system like this, what would be the best way of putting those in? Actually, hard light isn't bad. It should just be lighter. Because I want it to be there, but more for background detail. Oh, why are the edges so weird? Isn't the hard light? It's gotta be. That's odd. Okay, can't use hard light then. I'll have to sort of approximate that effect. Was the context for Source note formatting? What do you mean? Actually, it might be good to put these on multiply. And same with the heart. And just give it a brighter background. Yeah, that might be the key. Like the organic bits pop up as a negative silhouette against the much brighter metals. That's definitely it, yeah. Okay, let's try the same for the brain, actually. So instead of keeping it brighter than the surrounding area, we're just gonna brighten the area around it, and then should I invert it? Let me try with a single brain layer here. I'm gonna invert it and then put it on multiply instead of screen. What's up, Bean? Okay, that's more like it. Okay, so essentially we get a little bit of that blood contrast, but the other way around. home from the airport. Hope you had a good trip. What's happening today? We're giving a robot guts. The dick clogs? I mean, it's quote number 62, so it probably was years ago. I don't remember the context to the dick clogs. I'm very sorry. But yeah, for quotes, if you don't have quote adding permits, there's someone with a VIP role in chat, feel free to ask them. What is this layer? Layer 31? Yeah. Okay, brain is too large right now. Let's focus it in a little. There's a way to pull the whole list as a link. Oh, there probably is. I would not remember though. One of the things I set up like years ago and then completely forgot all about it. One of those things where when you've successfully implemented it, it's like, okay, this knowledge can now all leave my brain forever. I will not need it. This happens fairly often. It might only be that moderators can pull that list, so I'm not sure. Stream Elements as a site where you can see. Yeah, that's true. I'll check that for you guys. Oh, isn't this with Nightbot, right? Yes, Nightbot. No, there's only the 3 quote commands. So you can't have the lists because there's no such command in this specific implementation of quotes. Oh, no, you got them. Okay. There is a list. For some reason that did not show up under the commands. But now we know. The power of asking the internet how to do it. Terrifying power indeed. Oh, good night, Dan. Okay, we need some kind of mechanical lungs. And wondering about what might work. Just trying to see if these websites would have some kind of simplified like lung diagram or something that could work as our robot lungs. Those aren't lungs. Come on, be serious. Be serious. Lots of unrelated images. People doing exercise. Cheek me up. I got a Maxwell code. That was 2023. Damn. Okay, what could work as a good long analog? I was thinking maybe those like accordion looking pumps, or what do you call these? I forget the name of them. Bellows? Yeah, bellows. Thank you. Maybe that's the sort of texture we can use. Lots of those accordion-looking cameras. Those pictures nothing to do with the search. Okay. Let's see, Wikimedia has nothing either. About like a medical respirator. Now we're gonna get masks, of course. Probably a name for it. One of those little bellow things. Olivia made it possible for chat to beg him live on stream. Furnace bellows? Where's it? Oh, why did the JPEG take so long to pop up? It did pop up though. Here come the JPEGs. I mean, the other option is to give it organic lungs as well. Which we could use this for, which is a literal x-ray of lungs with there we go, with some contrast in them. And we could place this on multiply mode. Around the heart and sort of find a good shape for it. Oh yeah, I guess one of the JPEGs didn't get counted. Hold on. Yes, okay, we're now at level 3. I guess one of them like got eaten by the program somehow. Oh no, you don't need your money back. You guys actually paid 1,000 less for level 3 JPEG. So I don't want a single complaint. I started at -1, exactly. I might be becoming an old man because I have no idea what the 67 or 6-7 meme is about. It's just saying the number, like, is that it? I am becoming an old man. Oh god. It's fine, I've always wanted to be an old man. It's meaningless. Okay, so he's just saying the number. White kids yelling at a camera. My favorite genre. Okay, let's all be old together. Let's all be old people yelling at clouds. Yeah, this white kid yelling at camera. That's where we got an anime on my side. That's true. That's an absolute classic. See, but that has substance. I like saying two numbers. That has a soul to it. Exactly, Soup. I've been saying when I grow up I want to be an old man for many years now. I want to be a grandpa. And not a grandpa necessarily in the literal sense, although also that, but the concept of a grandpa. Just an annoying old guy that tells stories. I want to be that. And you know what? That is an achievable goal. Because we're all getting older every day. There we go, like organic little elements within the metallic matrix. I already ranted about meat and bread. Slap yourself medical advice. I wonder what that was in reply to. Doctor, I have these urges to shitpost. Go visit great artist Valdivia. A serious post will sober you right up. Doctor, I am great artist Valdivia. Rounder House classic. Only the mind of a renowned writer could come up with that. Okay. Back to our sketch. Where did I leave it? Here. Let me just put a black background on the sketch because it's getting a little harder to read on top of everything. Can that... Oh, the sketch is at 50% opacity. There we go. Okay, so we got a lot of the things covered. We need the voice box or the little mics, which I might put like those two separated. Some little semblance of a nose. We need... Oh, the eyes are like all the way up here. What are they doing up there? There we go. We need... I guess like more bits and bobs to fill in the rest, essentially. And the neck. Those are the important elements we're missing. So like, let's continue cables, sort of try to make sense of a few different things. And the little mics. Actually, where is this layer with all the... There we go. There it is. The layer with all little chips. I wonder if there is a mic in here. There might be one. These all seem like smartphone components, but I just don't know which one the mic is. That might be a mic too. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Or not a mic, the other way around. Also, thanks for the save reminder. Let me save. The speaker. Knocking his water bottle over his keyboard right before starting the stream. I remember that. A shameful moment. I like to have a little texture that speakers do. Okay, this. Let me just get the whole thing here. And let me copy it a couple times just so I can do a couple overlaid versions, which will allow me to sort of equalize the lighting all over the thing. Even if that messes with the mesh texture, I don't really mind. So now we take this, we put it together, and let's see what's the best way of applying it. I think maybe, well, first of all, it's going to be on screen mode. I think we invert. We do something like that. Maybe I could just put one centrally. Would that give it too much of a... Yeah, it kind of looks like a little mouth going, ooh. Yeah, I think it needs to be off to the side, actually. It's the only way it makes sense. Cable that goes up to it. With some of the little cables, we can just draw them, honestly. And talking about cables, let's do the neck, which is going to be a bundle of cables that are then just going to distribute around. So let's do cables, plural. Let's get one of these. Maybe some like clear individual cables. Cable, singular. And we got these which are fairly parallel, at least here in the center. So maybe just a little bundle of them that don't go on top of each other that much. Something like that might work. Let's see. So again, we put everything on screen mode. You know, the bad thing about this edit is that the more like stuff we add, the better it looks. So it just becomes one of those where you just combine like 100 different images, but it'll be for the best. So how about we do that? And sort of find a nice way of just slowly fading them out, because I don't want to... Actually, hold on. Why don't I keep them bigger? Just warp them around a bit around the edges. And it's kind of messed up, actually. There we go. Just can't touch the center much. And in order to sort of camouflage itself with the rest, it needs to be fairly low contrast and about the same color as the rest of them. As the rest of the materials. Oh yeah, Bean used to be bullied by the mean cat in the colony, which we called the evil one, literally. Bean's story is one of perseverance, if nothing else. Isn't that right, little Bean? He's so sleepy. Oh, sorry. Make fun of Bean's balls? I won't do that. You should have quoted it while you had the time. Now you don't have the exact quote. So legally you can't do it. Okay, let's do this for the other little bundle of cables. As usual, that goes in screen mode. And these are not going to be like cables. They're going to be on like tubes. So they are... Oh, vector mask. Delete that vector mask. They're not going to be this like pure white that... that like copper cables are. Obviously you need a, if it's got real lungs, you need some kind of tube to bring down air to those lungs, for instance. Okay, have a good night, Welsh. Don't freeze. You got time zone. We got time zone representation here. Time zone pride. Okay, I also want to add just like random sort of texture that will just give it like a little bit more character, a bit more complexity. And little random cables like this might help. I'm also adding like other bits inside the head. So the structure is not just like a single circle, there's like several layers to it. have different materials. It's all about adding complexity now. Now it's when we greeble things. In the other, we're finally pulling out the other definition of greebles. You know, all these little smartphone bits will be great for the face. Not making the robot fertile. It literally is not a biological thing. Well, for the most part. I should probably separate the ones I've already placed. That way I don't accidentally move them later. I guess I missed a bit of that, but that's fine. Okay. Get your snack, Mechtel. Okay, let me separate this one out and maybe pop it warp it somewhere. I wonder where this one could go. Could go in the face, but it's kind of removing some of the silhouettes. What if I put it around this other chip? Do this. Yeah, honestly, this little collection of smartphone parts is very clutch. All the little sensor things I'm kind of putting around the face. Okay, we only have a few unused ones left. We got this big chip area, which I don't know if I want to use it. It's very like smartphone shaped, and this bit is not that interesting to me. We could repeat some, of course. For example, this little guy I like. And we're starting to get to like the level of complexity that one of these toy robots has. Maybe not so much, but at least to an interesting level of complexity. I could use like bits of this. Like what if I used up to here? It's a lot more useful. Oh yeah, I forgot to do this joint. I might just repeat this joint here. It is like out of the way enough that we can just sort of hint at it. Okay, let me remove all the reference images. Just see how we vibe with this. Chat, what do you think? The organs could be more defined. Yeah, that's fair. It is the main subject of the image. If we define them more, we're fudging it to make it more, I guess, like losing realism in favor of making the message clearer. Obviously, yeah, the commissioner's gonna have the last word on everything, but God, that's a lot of layers. I was thinking of maybe taking one of these arms as like extra texture for our arms. So like, I'll take this, copy that out, put it on screen mode. Something like that. It's pretty good, actually. The arms felt a bit empty, so I was thinking of things to possibly add to them. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. Your snack experiments. You wanted cereal, but you're cold, so you have hot milk and fruit in the cereal. Interesting. Let us know how that goes. I'll be awaiting your results eagerly. Okay, how about like some of this for texture? God, she's so scary. How about some of that for texture? Oh God, when you invert her, she's worse. You would think she couldn't get worse, and then she does. Okay, let me put this under all the organs. Said under? Photoshop? Photoshop? Hate when it does that. Come on, scroll down for me. I got so many layers to scroll down through. Please don't make me do this. Oh, there it is. Okay, that's under the organs now. That's more like it. Not bad. Brain's telling you this wrong temperature for this texture. You have free will and you're choosing to use it. Good. Okay, this is sort of cheating a little bit, adding these mechanical bits and bobs, but that's useless now. Okay. Let's get rid of a few layers for simplification's sake, because it's getting kind of silly. The amount of layers on display. And still this image is not that large, which is interesting. Like the Photoshop document. It's less than 2 gigs. That's less than usual. Somehow, with this amount of layers. Okay, so let's see. Let me add a contrast adjustment layer. So generally, the more brightness and contrast we add, the clearer the organs are going to be. Gonna do a thing here where I make the lower part of the lungs less visible. That's our hearts. Is it because it's not covered in detail over the whole canvas? What is? Oh, the file size. Yeah, definitely no, it's not about like how much the canvas is covering, but how much like each individual layer, even if let's say the layer with the lungs is this big, right? But if it was like a small detail of a very large layer and the layer is like this big, that makes the file size explode. That's why I'm always like trying to cut down some layers whenever I see big ones, because otherwise it just gets kind of ridiculous. Look at it with the color. It's kind of weird. I like it. Okay, so we're selectively adding this contrast layer to the parts that we find work the best. So around the heart, it'll just make the heart more visible, which is good for the effects. Okay, we're also going over this circulatory system layer and making some bits of it a little more visible. The edges here a little more visible as well. Bean has been so sleepy tonight. I was expecting a lot more mayhem from him, to be honest. Okay, is there anything else I'm missing? Apart from just fudging up the whole image a little bit. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So this one's gonna get a hefty dose of Gaussian blur. And a good bit of sharpening, which should give things a bit more contrast, and it should make things a lot more realistic feeling, especially in this sort of setup. I'm gonna add grain. We're gonna kind of fudge up some of the textures. Give it all a slightly hazy vibe. And I wonder if we could add some color, but lots of X-rays that you'll find online, they'll just like add color, and also there's been some weird little edges added to this, but I kind of like them. They feel like the kind of errors you will get in like weird little things, little artifacts that you will get in X-rays. So I do not dislike that. Does he ever get zoomies and run across y'all when you're sleeping? No. He gets zoomies and he runs like around the apartment, and you'll hear him like kind of feels like a horse is going through the apartment. A very, very small horse. But that's about the extent of that. When I'm sleeping, when I'm sleeping, I'll leave the door open usually. So he'll often like either sleep at my feet, or when he starts getting tired of not having attention and wants some love, he will start either sleeping like right next to my face and like trying to suffocate me, or just straight up trying to walk around, like walk on top of me and trying to like get a reaction out of me. Oh, the artifact disappeared. Oh, they only sort of appeared when the haze. Okay. I see how this filter is messing with me. That's a big change, isn't it? Do you guys think the human organs are visible enough? Make Bean say fuck. Don't do it. I wonder if the fringe will work. No, only with colors. The brain seems kind of dark. I mean, that's kind of the point, though. The organ's a lot darker. If we make it brighter, it's going to be less visible, is the thing. So it'd be like doing the opposite effect. Thanks, Bill. Honestly, I really like how the metal X-ray came out. No, we fudged a lot of things, but within the fudging, quite happy with it. I was also wondering if I should cut a little in between the two brain hemispheres, but they're not really that separated in real life. There's the white layer behind it. Adding the border around the brain works. Nice. Couple electrodes on the brain. Maybe. Let me see. Let me use one of my smartphone parts. That's what I was looking for. Make them like pop up from the this like central band where all the chips and stuff are. Bean is not fat at all. He just has a primordial pouch. That's like a lot of loose skin. He's a very healthy weight. You got tricked by the pouch. Shameful. Oh, signature. I should sign this. Nearly forgot. Obviously, it's got to be like little cables and stuff. Maybe the neck is a good spot. And I think I can sort of fudge it and just paint it. All cats have the pouch. I think it depends on the breeding. Deceitful is the pouch in nature. There we go. Signed. Easy signature. You can just paint it on. Slap it right on. It works. It works because the level of detail gets like fudged a little bit. So I think that kind of works. Oh, I need to move this one down a bit. Hold up, hold up. Can't have cables going nowhere. It's kind of off looking, but I don't think it'll matter once the filters are applied, so. Let's see now. See, I told you, there's a little variation on it, but not enough to really feel like out of place. What do you plan on doing next week? Haven't quite figured it out yet, but probably going to be 3 streams, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And Wednesday will be the birthday stream, and I still haven't figured out what the birthday stream is going to be. So we'll see. I don't know. I'll think about it. If you got any birthday stream suggestions, feel free to put them on the Discord. I'll take you guys' suggestions, obviously. And but yeah, I don't know exactly what I'll be doing those days. Can't believe you stayed awake this long. Hey, always good to have you here, no matter how long. And yeah, honestly quite happy with this. I did not know like how far we would come on. Did not know how far we would get today, because this is kind of a new thing, or something that isn't it's not an effect I've ever tried before, so I knew we would need to sort of figure it out as we went along, so. Now please save it as a JPEG. There we go. I need to retime this JPEG thing. This JPEG save action, because sometimes it just like messes up. I need to make it a little slower, I think. So it has time to, Photoshop has time to load. Evil cake. Clown cake in the style of clown milk. If I could bake a cake, I would, but I'm not good at that. Baking is not at all my specialty. I can cook well. I don't bake. It's clown milk. It's mixing a terrible strawberry soda with milk. Awful taste. I did it once on stream. Also, I mixed it with soup. Garlic soup. That was one of the most awful things I've ever tasted to this day. Garlic soup and strawberry soda. Not a good mix, folks. Not a good mix. Believe it or not. Ruined that poor soup. It was a bit of leftover soup that I had, so it was alright. I could only handle like a few sips. The taste is still seared in my mind. Yeah, it's a garlic, sort of a garlic and ham soup. Very traditional from sort of central Spain. God, the clown soup. I'll never forget it. I'm planning, this is not for my birthday because I won't have time to plan it before then. It's gonna need, it needs a lot of planning to do. I'm planning on doing a subathon at some point, where the whole idea is to like keep it going for as long as possible. Every sub, every donation to kind of like increases a timer, and there's like a lot of fun like goals we can reach with those. That was a lot of fun last time we did it. And yeah, I think I'll make it like specifically to promote the Patreon, because I don't love Twitch subs, honestly. So it might be like a specific, like a Patreon specific subathon or something. I'll figure out something. Well, it's my birthday on the 20th, so it's next Thursday. Actually, just a week from now. So yeah, the birthday stream though, it'll most likely be on the night of the 19th. So, which will be like the 20th for me. It'll be like the beginning of my birthday. Because on the day itself, I got plans with my partner. Probably won't have too much energy because I'll be out and about all day. Got a nice fancy dinner. It's gonna be good. But yeah, and then after that, for the rest of the week, I'm probably for most of the time I'll be doing like different plans. A little getaway with my partner. I'll be good. You'll miss the beginning. Oh, hope you can make it to the later bit then. Those who are subbed on Twitch here, Val doesn't love you. No, I like Twitch subs for what they are, but they're not like Twitch takes half of the money. It's like a very greedy thing for Twitch. So, and I think like you get some fun stuff, but I feel like you don't get like quite as much as the Patreon. So, whatever, at every chance I get, I think I generally like to promote the Patreon as a way to support me rather than Twitch subs, because I get more, you get more. So, at the end of the day. The emotes are fun though, so I'll give that to Twitch subs. as a plus. Gonna make fun art? Oh, thank you. You get to steal from Amazon with your sub. Yes. Prime subs are a good way of stealing from Amazon, so always do those. If you got a Prime account connected to your Twitch account, then you get a free sub every month to any channel. You just gotta like manually re-up it, but it's a pretty good deal. Patreon is cool as hell. Thank you, Mectal. You're my greatest warrior. I'm gonna call this here done. It is always morally correct to steal from Jeff Bezos. Absolutely. Is the Bean Eaten card still an available deal for you? I think I still have that card around. I'll give you the. I'll say, if you subscribe, I'll give you the card when I find it, because I know it's like somewhere. I got it like somewhere. I think it's like there in the background somewhere. If I can't find it, I will let Bean buy the card for you. We'll create another Bean Bitten card. That goes for anybody subscribing right now. I'll personally make sure that. That said, if you do subscribe during a stream, let me know, because the notification should pop up here if that's still working. But you know, you might have a different username. So if you do have a different username, I'll need to match them. And for anybody subscribing to the Patreon and getting postcards, so if you subscribe to tier 2 or tier 3, let me know if it's during the stream, and you'll also get a little sticker as a thank you. Glitching? Oh. I guess my connection is bad. Is it unstable? Oh well, not too bad of a moment for my stream to go unstable if it is. My connection seems stable, but might have been just a little glitch for a minute. It was very brief. Okay, good. Oh, B wants to say bye as well and show you his asshole. Oh, no, he just wants to lie down. All right, y'all. That's gonna do it though. Thank you so much for being here this whole week. No, it's always slightly slower during the streams when I come back from a longer time before without streaming. There's always like gonna be less people for the first week or two. But you guys who have been here have kept the stream very lively and very nice to be in. So it's always something I really appreciate. So thank you all for chatting. And it's going to be last stream of the week. Stay tuned on the Discord as usual. I will let you know what I do next week. I'll have to plan something for the birthday, so I'll be thinking about it for a couple days. Y'all, I'll see you next week for its birthday week stream. Maybe I'll do like 3 special streams. Maybe I'll do 3 birthday streams. Who knows? I'll think about it. So y'all, thank you so much once again, and I'll see you next week. Until then, take care.